You can take your seats. Thank you. All right, we're going to start with a recap from one person, and then we'll go into a keynote address, and then we'll take up another recap, and we'll go on with the rest of the day's affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Aaron to give us a recap of his highlights yesterday.
Thank you very much, Priscilla. Good morning, everyone. I'm by the name of Aoja Aaron, a forester, a passionate environmentalist, and also someone who loves ecotourism. Doing the recap of what we had yesterday, yesterday we had very good panels. The first one, we had a presentation from the religious leaders, whereby we had the religious leaders say that they should also be included as we are having most of the transition that we're having. We should include our religious leaders because most of us from the churches where we come from, where we pray from, either mosques or churches, you find they can also incorporate the renewable energy transition into the communities where they also preach or maybe have sermons so that people can also be able to share the gospel that they have. We had Pastor Sempa share with us that he can be able to speak or use the gospel to also speak to people to embrace clean energies, for example, solar in the communities. We also had a presentation from the cultural leaders, whereby we had cultural leaders from Bunyoro, Buganda, whereby they're all saying government should have partnerships with them, different programs in restoration, whereby they can be able to plant trees, grow more trees, have them in programs that can really conserve the environment and really embrace renewable energy in the different forms that we have, either solar, either wind, and hydroelectricity power. We also had presentations from on the side of gender, whereby we had Dr. Miriam Atembe, whereby we saw the importance of women in our communities. We all know that women are the people who are always at our homes making for us food, our mothers, our sisters, who are always at the back front. So for us to have a just transition, we're supposed to have women at the forefront through this renewable energy transition. We all know when they are cooking food, they all are affected by the smoke that we have in our houses or in the kitchens that they prepare this. So if we are to transit through this, we're supposed to have gender equality and having women at the forefront to push this agenda of renewable energy, because they take care of us at home, and really, whatever they do at home, it's the women who really take heart, and they're more than us. So for us to transit into using renewable energies, we're supposed to have women at the forefront of whatever we do for us to achieve this. We also had yesterday, different people shared challenges that we have in renewable energy. For example, the cost, accessibility, and also challenges in the policies, where leaders also promised us. We had the MP from one of the districts who told us really they're working on the policies to regulate at least some of the challenges that we have, especially people having like fraud and then different counterfeit products on the market, and also protecting some of the local investors that we have, the national investors that we have, to also have at least also showcase most of the renewable energy forms that they have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Aaron. And now let me, to balance the boat, invite Resha Pia to give us her experience at Rec 23 and Expo.
Hello, everyone. I'm Resha Pia. I work as an energy advisor at British Embassy, Kathmandu, Nepal. And I think this is a great opportunity for me to learn and share my experience in this conference. I think that this conference is very well organized. I was surprised to see the level of the participants in this conference, because in most of the conference, what I see is in the opening session, there are lots of people, but after the opening session, like it's get diluted, you know. But looking after the first day as well as the second day, yesterday, I could see lots of people like still interested in the conference. What I believe, like the people came together is about the climate change issues that the people has been facing. And really, like all the people who are participating here wants to contribute in some other way to the renewable energy sector and the climate change sector. Therefore, it was really, I feel really good about it. And also the topic that were selected discussed in this conference was really like a well-designed. Like there are several topics that has been touched upon, and also there were several sessions that was of my interest. However, because of the parallel session, I could attend only some session, but I would look forward to get certain report about this conference so that I can have overview of all the breakout sessions that were organized here. In the first day, I was really overwhelmed by the commitment of government of Uganda, the way the minister, honorable minister, spoke, you know, the permanent secretaries, the commitment that the government, Ugandan government has to this sector. I was really surprised, and also I like it very much, the government commitment that has. And beside that, the commitment from the development partners. The UK Aid Development Director was here giving the remark, and similarly the ambassadors and representatives from several development partners like GIZ, there were lots of representatives from different development partners, which shows that development partners also have a special interest in this sector, and they really want to help government of Uganda to boost renewable energy technology and deploy renewable energy technologies in both off-grid and on-grid areas. Also, what I like about it's not only the discussion about the electricity in the session, it was also discussion about the biomass fuels and also other type of the bio-oils, you know, which is not much discussed in most of the conference, because whenever there is a conference, people love to discuss about the electricity, not other form of the energy. But in this conference, I think it was well balanced. And for me, it was really good because I could connect with lots of people here who do have a similar mindset that I do, because I also want to promote renewable energy, because this is the way where we can really mitigate the climate change, and also we can adapt with the climate change with the use of renewable energy technologies. Other thing that I like was the involvement of the youth, because I had a chance to discuss with some of the youth in this conference, and the good part was I was amazed by the business that they are thinking to do, you know, it's beyond my thinking sometimes, you know, but good to be connected with them and be young as them, understands what their need are, what their plans are. Yesterday, I had discussion with 2-3 youths, and it was really it inspired me how the people here, the youth hear things about. And I think this is a good way of connecting, and I believe that I have made lots of connection here, and I hope that this connection will benefit in my personal as well as the professional development, as well as development of renewable energy sector, because climate change is not a local issue. It's not only about the country, it's about the global issues, and Uganda and Nepal is a part of both. We need to work together to save our environment. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Pierre, for that submission. Like-mindedness being brought under one roof for 3 days. We might want to give Obugalo to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, as well as NREP, for a job well done. Let's give them a round of applause. Speaking of like-mindedness, as is the theme for 2023, Clean Energy for All, ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have a like mind in the names of Sumaya Mohammed, who is going to be speaking to us about the advances in productive use of energy. She's an energy access specialist with RTI. And so allow me to invite to the podium our keynote address on that.
There we go. Good morning, colleagues. Can we give the Ministry of Energy a round of applause for this wonderful renewable energy conference that they've hosted? I really want to applaud the ministry. This has been an inclusive and insightful, renewable energy conference that has been enhanced. The commitment and enthusiasm shown is electrifying and encouraging in this conference. Just by looking at everyone that has woken up on the Saturday and has sacrificed time with their families to be here, shows that we are ready for the task at hand. We need to build on this momentum beyond the conference and today, and we need to focus on scaling efforts. That is the only way that we are going to see the transformation that we want to, unlock in this market. The government's commitment to advancing productive use of energy is clear. They have started with the development and execution of a productive use of renewable energy strategy, and that has given a clear roadmap, for the sector to advance and progress. However, the government is not stopping there. They recognize that productive use of energy is everyone's responsibility, and therefore they will be working towards a productive use of energy strategy that is inclusive, because this is not an on-grid versus off-grid challenge. It's a collective challenge that needs to be tackled, and it's everyone's responsibility. The parish development model is another, example of the government's commitment, ensuring that at the grassroots level, PUE is going to be reached. Because without transforming those local economies, we will not see the country's, transformation that we want to seek, which is improving livelihoods and ensuring that we continue, to develop and progress. There's also been a successful solar irrigation program hosted by the Ministry of Agriculture. And again, that shows collaboration between not only the Ministry of Energy, but also understanding that PUE is beyond just an energy conversation. It's all actors. This impacts not only the agricultural sector, it will impact health, as well as our educational services. So how are we engaging those different partners? Finally, I also want to, commend the private sector, because the private sector is also, ensuring that they bring technologies to market, and they are also progressing because they understand that over 50% of our population is still, sitting without access to electricity, and therefore you've got to start looking at, productive use of renewable energy technologies and how to bring this to the market. So they continue to innovate and finding ways to overcome affordability, because if we don't have products that is affordable, we will, again, still not see the change that we want to see in the market. So we are seeing solutions such as pay-go or lease-to-own solutions through microfinancing that is being, progressed in the private sector. I also want to, acknowledge the utilities, because our utilities have also been, doing their part, even if they have been slow and have been doing some small pilots around productive use. These sleeping giants hold the promise of unlocking innovative business solutions that can help us transcend to scaling productive use of energy, such as progressing on-billing financing. Similarly, our telcos will be important on this journey, as our telco partners they are collecting a lot of data. They can use that data to support with, better credit assessments, as well as also thinking of on-billing financing solutions that again can reach the masses and de-risk, affordability that we see is a challenge in the market. The focus has to be developing innovative business models. and ensuring that a cohesive national PUE campaign is developed and executed. Because there's a lot of campaigns that is being developed, but if we don't have, one voice and one message, the market is going to get confused. So I emphasize we will need our development partners and civil society organizations. They're going to remain integral along this journey in supporting with awareness raising, research, grants, providing the technical assistance, and testing innovation in the sector. This task at hand is scaling adoption. To achieve this, it will require deep collaboration, as productive use of energy is complex. It requires enabling market growth, and to do that, you need enabling policies. We have seen some incentives, but there's still a lot that needs to be done. We know that there are incentives for agricultural equipment, there's some incentives for solar products, but a fridge doesn't have a full incentive. Yet, if you look at, the impact of many businesses accessing a fridge and what that means for those rural economies, it could be transformative. So the point is, more needs to be done. We also would require affordable financing, and that financing has to be local financing. Because again, local companies, are suffering from, lending, against a forex currency, and those fluctuations, it further increases the price. And it's the end users, which is ourselves in this room, who ends up paying, and it again only lands in the hands of the few. Stimulating demand, it has to be based on value chain assessments. And we also have to understand the willingness to pay within the market. We need to continuously develop and build awareness and capacity, and further enhance the skills. As we bring new technology, as businesses acquires these assets, their skills and capacity needs to be built. We also need to look on increasing the supply of PUE access. And to achieve that, we have to focus on developing market linkages, providing business development services, continuing research and development, especially on PURE technologies, to ensure that we end up building this market. I want to emphasize we've got to do all three, and hence this will require collective effort. The enabling factors to drive PUE, if you don't know this by now, promotion and awareness. Hence, I am requesting, let us build a national, awareness campaign that we can all come behind. Financing is going to remain critical, but it has to be, local cheap financing that is available in the market. Let's also celebrate one another, and let us not, keep the successes to ourselves. Let's communicate and share that information so that we can benefit and learn from, what innovation is taking place within the different pockets that we are all working. Policy and incentives, I've spoken about that. Business development services is required, technology and innovation, supply chains that reach the last mile customer. We need to ensure that it's not just businesses that can bring assets into Kampala. How do those assets reach West Nile, right? So those supply chains have to be developed. And then finally, quality, standards, and enforcement is required. We need to ensure if someone is going to work very hard to pay 200 to 500,000 shillings for an asset, that asset should be robust, and it should have, a quality, and not, be to the detriment of that person only experiencing that asset and losing faith in the technology because of poor quality and standards. Key takeaways out of this keynote. We need to partner and we need to collaborate outside of the energy sector. As I said, PUE is complex, and it's not just an energy sector responsibility. Coordinated effort will be required. This is not an on-grid versus off-grid, solution. Everyone has to participate, and we've got to better coordinate, amongst ourselves. The data remains challenging, and I urge All of us who are working in the research sector, those of us who are doing value chain assessments, let us share that data with one another, and let's ensure that we have access to that data, because the data will help us to understand what are the opportunities and the impacts that can be achieved. We also need to do targeting and detailed market analysis on PUE. Again, PUE has got different value chains, but it's got to be targeted. I've spoken about financing and affordability, but I also want to emphasize that with our current market structures, it only enables the commercial market to develop. This will not reach the remote and the most vulnerable communities. We therefore need to look at other models, such as an aggregation model that needs to be taken up by government in order to support us in leveraging both public and private funds and ensuring that it reaches our most vulnerable communities. In conclusion, creating links between energy and other sectors such as agriculture, health, and education represents key opportunities for unlocking the promise that productive use of energy holds. It can help us to reach new markets, develop new product lines, and see the benefits of the multiplier impact. We need to scale our efforts, and we have to do this as a collective action approach. I want to leave you with this. There's a Dutch saying, Eendracht maakt macht. What that means is unity is power. Together we can achieve transformation that is equitable. I thank you for this opportunity in delivering this morning's keynote address. I wish you all a successful and final day on this excellent initiative hosted by the Ministry of Energy. Thank you.
Another round of applause for her. Well, she has made some significant points. So one of the challenges that she has mentioned is the data infrastructure still wanting in the energy sector. It's a conversation that I was having with some people yesterday, and someone alluded to the fact that with some of the knowledge that they've been acquiring, they've been finding it very challenging to acquire data, but they did applaud the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development that as far as data is concerned, they are starting, to pull up their socks in that regard. But overall, a data infrastructure that supports both the works of the public sector and private sector in the clean energy for all campaign is very paramount in this. But of course, she has talked about the positives, promotion and awareness on a national level regarding advancing efforts of renewable energy. There's also quality, standardization and enforcement that needs to be looked into and streamlined. We also have been informed of the partnership and collaborations that are available and are outside the space within the energy sector. You're looking at coordinations between the public sector and the private sector and the different stakeholders really that contribute to clean energy. At the end of the day, you get to see that in one way or another, all other elements of governance actually do complement the works of energy and making sure that there's clean energy for all. And of course, looking into the financing and affordability is still a conversation, but I believe that in one way or another, we've moved strides towards making clean energy affordable, but more needs to be done nevertheless. All right, so we get into the order of the day. We do have a breakout session that is coming up. In Speak, we're going to be having a breakout session. It's going to be looking at creating your clean energy legacy and passing on the baton. These are going to be teens who are wanting to thrive when they have meaningful conversations with the caring adults. And so that is going to be managed by Dr. Susan Abo with CRIC. She'll be coming through. We do have other engagements that are going on in the other rooms. looking at one of the rooms, Acacia Hall, right now is having a biofuels blending side event. Then there's also in Mahogany Hall, you're having an engagement looking at getting access Uganda mini grids project launch. And then we will be having a closing ceremony at exactly 12:30, hopefully. And that closing ceremony will be attended by the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, as well as the Permanent Secretary and the other line ministers, and different dignitaries will be joining us at 12:30. That event is going to be in this very same room. So allow me to let you rearrange yourselves to the different rooms that you'd want to be in. But if you are meant to be here with us and speak, then is Dr. Susan Abo here? Okay. All right, doctor, please come to the podium and let's start with the next session. As she comes, in Acacia Hall, there's biofuels blending side event. In Mahogany, there's Get Access Uganda Mini Grids project launch. And then all of us will be back here at 12:30.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm not Dr. Mary Susan Abo, but I'm here in her place. So my name is Ruth Bongole from Bishop Cipriano Kihangire Senior Secondary School in Luzira, and I'm so happy to be here with you today as a keynote speaker. You're most welcome. Before we start off, I'd love to invite a video to enlighten us more on energy. Please display it. Okay, if the video ain't ready, if it's not ready yet, I think we could just go on and we could play it later. Again, you're most welcome to the Renewable Energy Conference 2023. That is the REC and Expo. You're most welcome to Uganda, all of you. I hope you all traveled safely. You know, traffic jam, road chaos. It's all
According
hectic.
to the Uganda National Household Survey of 2021. According to the Uganda National Household Survey of 2021, According to the Uganda National Household Survey of 2021 by Uganda National Bureau of Statistics, 90% of the population uses firewood and charcoal for cooking. Unsustainable biomass has had a negative impact on the country's forest cover as people continue to cut down trees to meet their energy needs. This has also contributed to climate change, resulting in negative impacts like prolonged drought, floods, and loss of lives. It is against this background that Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation, CRIC, is collaborating with Step Up Standard Limited to involve young people in the conversation of renewable energy.
The Uganda Bureau of Statistics, teenagers are basically 7.5 million, which is about 16.9% of our population, and that's quite big. So having them in these discussions, having them be part of the dialogue for renewable energy is imperative, it's important, it's relevant, because these young people are the future generation that will be buying and adopting and producing and utilizing all this energy in the future, and we need them.
In line with our mission, which is to enhance access to modern types of energy, one of the things or ways we are doing this is to start interesting the younger generation in energy. So as part of this drive, also as part of the CRIC Academy, we came up with what is called CRIC Academy Under 18. And under 18 can range from even as young as 2 years. We love children, we're interested in children, and we want them to grow up knowing about energy. What are the modern energy types? What are the cleaner energy options? There's so much.
Young people from different schools are brought together and given tasks to come up with alternative energy solutions that are friendly to the environment.
Then if we go for biogas, because biogas will have human waste, then we also have...
We're looking at alternative sources of energy, and some of the sources of energy we found out was solar energy. Now this runs on use of sunshine, as you can see, using a solar panel, wind energy, which uses wind turbines. And for those that do not know them, we've watched movies, and there are those long white poles with like veins that keep rotating. Those can also produce energy.
The young people are optimistic about being involved in renewable energy solutions, saying they have a stake as the future generation.
I believe it is a must, because we need to know and need to get out there, We need to show them that we too have ideas and should not be left to die in their dreams and to die in the dust. We should also be helped, uplifted, let me say. We should be uplifted and given the hand, because I've seen people my age coming up with ideas that are dying. We talk about them and you're like, oh yeah, that can work, but they are dying. So yeah, it's important that we are put there, because you don't know what's next. We are the future.
We will love to learn more and be motivated. And if we are motivated, I believe we are going to also motivate the others. And if we motivate the others, we are going to see a healthy Uganda, a free Uganda, a Uganda which is healthy.
With the increasing population and the current challenge of climate change, it is crucial that alternative energy sources are embraced. Adia Nakuti, Lorraine Masika Kazimoto, UBC.
Thank you. That was the video. Hope you all enjoyed. And according to that video, as you heard, according to the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Statistical Abstract 2022, teenagers make up a population of 75% or 16.9%, and that means we are very many, meaning we are an integral part of this country, part of change in this country. So if we are left out on such important discussions, I don't think it's going to be a game changer, but the more we are included, it's going to be it's going to be a game changer for the country. I'd love to thank you all for coming again, and I hope you're enjoying the interactions between each other. We learn from each other, and today we look forward to learning from each other and learning from each other's knowledge and experience on renewable energy. Us as teenagers, we feel highly privileged for being given this opportunity, because we feel we are always left out, and now we have been given a chance to speak up. We love to thank the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development for this opportunity. We especially thank Dr. Brian Isabire from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Dr. Nicholas Mokisa from the NREP, that is the National Renewable Energy Platform, Dr. Mary Susan Abo from CRIC, which is a Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation, and Dr. Sarah Namirembe from Step Up Standard Limited. And for enabling us to be here, for giving us this opportunity. I'd love to invite Elijah Bongole from Makerere College School in Form 5 to come and set the scene with a presentation. Elijah, please head up.
Thank you, Ruth. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As she said, my name is Elijah Bongole, and I'm in Form 5 at Makerere College School, the Greener Campus, Mulawa. So, if I could please have the slideshow put up, please. As that happens, she's mentioned something about us being the largest population. We are about 16.9% of Uganda's population, and that's around 7.5 billion. However, we have not been included in anything, and yet we make up the bigger part of the future rather than the elders. So it feels like we are more neglected and then brought in at a time where we look like it's too late to be integrated into this kind of thing. But organizations like CRIC and Step Up have come in with the help of the government, the Ministry of Energy. We thank you all for giving us this opportunity, and as a result, a few ideas have been brought up to display this and help show what we can do as the future. So most of us have been looking and hearing things like e-mobility. Now, e-mobility deals with cars driving more on electricity and less on fossil fuels like petrol and diesel. So the inspiration was good. Our parents, because as most of us do, we come from religious families, and we thank our parents for instilling that in us. So our inspiration came from God and our father, Teacher 4, the pyramids of Egypt, which is much condensed. If I'm to get into it, we will not live here right now. We have inspiration from Nikola Tesla, we have Elon Musk, and we have Einstein. Our interests are to design and build electric vehicles for children as per now, but we hope in the future to expand more on it and make it a bigger project. We have the global market, which we aim at to be at 289 billion US dollars, and that's a very big dream, I'm not going to lie. But it's projected to reach around $2.7 trillion by 2030, which is, I guess, not too far off. So during the lockdown, a few of my brothers and I had a project made up, and it consisted of a few tools that we came up with. We had wood from one of us, we had the design from one of us. Coming in, we had somebody to engineer the parts around, and we tried to make a small toy that was running on an electric, on a battery, a cell battery. Please. So the next project to work on are cars that fit for children to drive. In this case, we're aiming at children being able to sit in these cars and operate them to have a better feeling of what they see their parents do. And we also pray, and we pray for all these things to happen, and we keep 8 watches. So watches are intervals of 3 hours. Each has its own time, and those are things to deal with. If we are to handle them right now, it would turn into a sermon. So I will not deal with that. But we pray and hope that all this happens, because we want to have it done. Next slide, please. That's what we are aiming at looking, and a few more designs will come out in the future. Now, gaming deals with digitalizing everything. For those that are gamers, like I myself, we look more onto screens, and gaming is one of the things we want to deal with. And our global market is at around 384.9 billion US dollars. Gaming is useful. It helps people get more concentration spans, longer concentration spans, rather than being on TikTok that has slowed it down. We have the circular windows. We have people that are coming up with jobs for this. We have money coming in for game testers and all that. And we hope to be a part of this ingenuity. We have the art and design for one of our brothers that loves it. And we know and want to showcase that we can integrate this into our projects, especially the e-cars that are coming in. As for now, I would like to end this here and hand it back to her.
Thank you, Elijah. That was a good presentation. It was brief, but I hope you got a lot from it. Elijah, before you approach your seat, please come and take up this seat, because today we are going to have a panel discussion, and it's going to be spearheaded by Elijah as the moderator. And it's obviously going to have teenagers. And these are not, let me say, the teenagers, the highest level of teenagers, no. We're talking about teenagers who are like 14 years old, and they really have brilliant ideas on renewable energy. So Elijah, please take up your seat, and fellow panelists also, take up your seats. Thank you for approaching. In front of you are beautiful faces, 7 different teenagers who have actively engaged themselves in renewable energy and are ready to share with us, so they do. Panelists, thank you for agreeing to this. You know the nerves of sitting in front of the big people, ready to teach them, yet you obviously know, it's them to teach us. So you teaching those who are already educated is kind of scary, but you'll do it, obviously. So, adults, in front of us are these youngsters, and please listen to them and try to record, because what they have is really spectacular. You don't have to leave it behind. So you may now go on with your panel discussion. But before you do that, please introduce yourselves with your names and your school, and then you may continue. Go on later.
Well, mine is already known. So I'm Elijah Bongole from Makerere College School, Form 5.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nemo Bwaga from Hope Senior School.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeffel Bongole from Shiloh International Christian School.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nisi Elijah Four from Shiloh International School, grade 8.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elia Belishwawani from Shiloh International Christian School.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Genros Stewart from Shiloh International School.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mendoga Almajesi, and I'm currently a vacationist.
Okay, so as they've said, thank you all for being here with me. Ladies and gentlemen, beside me are 6 spectacular and brilliant people that are going to share some information with us. Now, on Wednesday, we started this discussion with a role of teenagers, and Nema, I know you have an idea about this. Could you please elaborate to the public?
There are many ways of participating in renewable energy, but then as we teenagers, if we are being left out and yet we have many opportunities, like we have many places we can get engaged in, like for example, okay, we students, most of our times we're at school, because if you're to calculate in the year, like you'll find like at home, we're staying there for a less time compared to the time we're at school. But then when we're at school, what are we doing? We are learning more things, like we're learning in different subjects. Then when we learn, we want to apply these things. Like now we come up with this thing of like making Uganda clean through renewable energy. But then we see that we cannot only do this alone. How are we going to do it? We're going to dig deeper. We're going to participate in our schools. How? We're going to go to the clubs. Like for example, in my school, we are having a science club. So I believe if a school is actually having a science club, they can, from the knowledge Creek and Step Up has given us, or from any other source from our teachers, we believe that we can push this knowledge further and do more useful things through our clubs, and not only in schools, but also, we're not also going to leave out the people who are in rural areas. After learning, we are going to put it into practice. We are going to go down in the rural areas and involve them. Yes, that's what I have.
That's okay. That's very, very beautiful. A round of applause for her, please. Nisi, do you have anything to add, or did she just eat all your ideas?
Oh no, she didn't. So we are school-going teenagers, and most of the time we are at school, right? Yeah. But we do have breaks and holidays, and in those holidays, I would suggest it is a good idea to to practice what you have learned at school concerning renewable energy, and what you have learned in the time that you have spent with Quick and Step Up and other companies that that have taught you about renewable energy. So for you who have siblings, it's best that you don't only involve yourself but you involve your siblings and anyone who's interested. Teach them about the renewable energy during the holidays. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, that's okay. And from myself, I believe we should not only look at those that are educated, but also look at the ones that are uneducated. We should not leave them behind. And organizations like Creek and Step Up, as I said, have provided us with this opportunity and are giving us platforms where we can interface with other people and reach out to these people too, so that we can deal with these kind of things. So, Eliab, I know you really love cars. I've heard you talk about them a lot, on and on. So, you've been for the past few years making more research on electric cars and e-mobility. Could you please explain to us the advantages of these kind of cars as compared to the fossil fuel run cars?
Thank you for this opportunity. I have a few advantages of why using electric vehicles are more efficient than fossil fuel vehicles. The first advantage is on the cost. So to fill a fossil fuel vehicle, it takes about 200,000 Ugandan shillings for a full tank in average, which will take you for about 400 kilometers. But then an electric vehicle takes $5, which is approximately 19,000 Ugandan shillings, to charge it till full, which will take you for about 500 kilometers. My second advantage is on the pollution. So when you use a fossil fueled vehicle, it releases carbon emissions in which it can give you breathing problems, lung problems, and so forth. But then when you are using an electric vehicle, it does not release any carbon emissions, so it is in which it is pollution free. Thank you.
Okay, that's very interesting. That's interesting. So Nisi, you're more into the software world and music, right?
Yes, sir.
You want to pursue music, I
Yes,
believe?
sir.
Yes. So could you help give us an idea on how this can be integrated into renewable energy?
Okay. We use a software that is called AI, in full artificial intelligence.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that.
Yes.
I've been hearing about it.
And AI can be used in our day-to-day lives, you know, in our houses, on phone, and to ease in the work that we have been given to do. An example of that is ChatGPT. It's an example of an AI website where it gives you the answer to almost everything that you ask for. So in renewable energy, using AI, it simply it enhances or makes the efficiency of the system of the EV better than it was before. Because, for example, I'm focusing on more of security, using AI for security, when we are dealing with this project of the electric vehicles. Most of us, if not all of us, who want to buy cars or who have already cars, we have that one worry of we don't want our cars to be stolen, right? So if that is your worry, then the AI is here to take it away. Because when you program the AI properly, first of all, an AI is a computer that has the ability to mimic human actions. That's what an AI is.
So it can cry.
It can do something of the sort because it's programmed. I mean, so programs are used in even music. AI is used in music, for entertainment. The AI can also keep you company if you program it well for that. But I'm focusing more on security, because when, you have your car and you don't want it to be stolen. Maybe you went into the store and you left the car opened, and then someone just comes and enters inside and is trying to take the car out, right? Then the AI will sense that this is not the owner of the car as it is programmed. And then it locks itself and it won't open until the person does what? Until the person initiates it from where he is. And that AI cannot, it doesn't only stop in the car, but it is controlled by you on your smart device, wherever you are and anywhere and anytime. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. In brief, Jeff, I know you love art. Could you, as briefly as possible, try to tell us about your interests?
Thank you for this opportunity. I love art because I'm creative and imaginative. Sorry, I have a creative and an imaginative mind. I always use wood to bring out what is in my mind, and wood is under art. I use wood as interior design, like in the EV that we are planning to, in the project that we are trying to build up. We are going to put an interior of wood on the dashboard and then part of the doors, and also on the arm seats, on the armrest, sorry. And also wood is used as an electrical pole Yes.
Okay, thank you. Stuart, I know you are more interested in the production of these cars locally. Could you please explain more on your interests a bit, as briefly as possible, please?
Okay. I am more interested in the alternator part of a car, because these alternators help change a car's state from, they help convert the car's energy, like mechanical energy, into electric energy, which therefore, once the vehicle is running, the alternator assists by providing the power to run the vehicle's electrical systems. So this alternator its rotor spins and converts AC voltage to DC voltage, which helps charge the car battery. Thank you.
Okay. Is that all you have?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Alma, I know you want to be a doctor, right?
Yes.
What kind of doctor do you want to be in future?
A pediatrician.
Pediatrician. That's interesting. So imagine you're a pediatrician now. How would you showcase renewable energy to the people and explain to them the dangers of some of the things they are using?
I would tell it to the parents of children. Like when they are cooking, in rural areas they mostly use charcoal or firewood. But while it's burning, it can emit smoke into the environment, which is dangerous because it can damage the ozone layer and lead to global warming and climate change, which is not good for us. So I would advise them to use clean cooking alternatives, like using electric pressure cookers, summarized as EPC. There are various advantages to using the EPC. First of all, it does not pollute the environment, and secondly, it promotes family time, because when you use an EPC, you can just put food to cook in it and you don't have to monitor it, and you can go spend time with your family. Another advantage is it's safe. Even I, as a child, can just put food to cook and there's no risk of I getting burnt or the food getting burnt.
Okay, that's interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all we had. And as per now, I would love to welcome 2 or 3 questions from the audience, if there are any. Okay, if there are no questions, I would love to invite Ruth to make the closing remarks.
We have a question that came in late. Please come and ask. You could ask.
To our young minds and innovators, the question I have for you is, you have the great minds, you have the inspirations, you have some things you want to do. How do you want the ministry, how do you want government to help you?
Well, first and foremost, you can't do anything without money in this country. So, honestly, the first step was getting technicians to help us out, and we are going to visit Kira Motors in next few weeks. But other than that, we do not want it to end at us having the idea. So we were pleading or begging for assistance financially, because this cannot be carried by us. We do not work. So please help us with our funding. That will be the greater opportunity that we need. And maybe some more exposure to more places that can give us more guidance on what we want to do, because we might end up biting off more than we can chew at a time, and yet we want it all.
Okay. There was a young man who was talking about the e-mobility vehicles. Charging ports are already scarce in Kampala, and you're talking about 500 kilometers that is stretching you out of Kampala. So people will not want to get into e-mobility because of access to charging points. How do we resolve that?
Thank you for that question. So it will take more than buying the car itself. You will need to also buy its accessories, such as the charging port, which when you buy once, it won't take as much as the amount you use as buying fuel every day. Yes, thank you.
To add more on what he has said, I think he's right. Yes, buying a car and its accessories. There's also extending those charging points to other parts of like Uganda. Like if you're traveling, let me say to Jinja or Gulu, and you've charged your car, yes, it's full, you're going to use it, and you're going to go very far. And of course, there'll be stations like fuel stations. You fill your car, and then you drive off. As you drive off and you feel your tank is empty, you go back and refill somewhere else. So that's what is going to happen with the e-mobility cars, as long as we have enough funding, and yeah, we can place that up everywhere. That's to answer the question. So thank you, Candid. Thank you. There's another question. Are there any more questions? Yes, please. Okay. Let's have 3 more questions. Just come on.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, according to me, I'm seeing that there's a lot that you're going to invest into it. How affordable will this be to the local people? Because you see, even according to the current situation, it's hard for someone to purchase this. And as the upcoming organization or upcoming group, you'll also like to invest in what you will bring out, garbage in, garbage out. So how affordable will this be to the community members? Because we see purchasing the gadgets for keeping it, purchasing it itself alone, the pricing.
I won't lie. It won't be as expensive. But then, not everybody in this country can afford a car. But to those that can afford them, we'll give you 2 options. Do you want to buy fuel every day and poison yourself? Or do you want to live a better life?
Good morning. I'm Miranda Michelle. I'm a senior for VACIST. And my question is simple. I was not aware of the Teens Creative Creek. I just found out by my mother bringing me to this conference. So I'm asking about what are you going to do to promote awareness? Because I'm from Namagunga and I've never heard about Creek. So please, what are you going to do about the awareness out in other schools?
Okay, that's really good. For awareness, the way you've seen today has been, this is all awareness. So as Neymar said, when you're in school, this keeps spreading. So you've learned about it right now, right? So as you go back to school or as you're talking to your friends, you talk about renewable energy. So it's tell a friend, and in that way, it's going to really spread a lot. And to add on to that, there's going to be more exhibitions about this. There are very many conferences coming ahead of us, and very many more that's happening. So with awareness, it's not a big worry, because soon with time, it's going to be open to everyone. Yes. Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, there's a question the other side of the room.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am Wycliffe Tumwesje. I'm a lecturer at Bishop Stewart University in Mbarara. I want to thank the teens for your brilliant presentations. And I teach climate change, mitigation, adaptation, among others. And therefore, I'm very, very interested in your innovations. At BSU, we have a youth incubation hub where brilliant young people, when they come to the university, they're invited to bring their ideas into the incubation hub. And then these ideas are brought, they are nurtured into business. Why we call it an incubation hub is that you bring in your idea, it is nurtured, and it hatches into a business in the future, now and in the future. And therefore, I'm very, very happy with your innovations. And I know other universities also might have the same incubation hubs. They are in different universities all over the country. And I want to invite you to come and join those incubation hubs, because I know you are going to finish. You are going to finish your high school, come to universities, and then you join those incubation hubs where you can bring your idea. You are attached to a mentor. I'm one of the mentors. Then the ideas can be brought into businesses, and these are pitched. And when you pitch your business idea, then you can get the funding. One person asked the funding option. When you have a bright idea, you will not lose to get funding. Not only in Uganda, but also outside the country. You can get the funding. My last point is on the calculations. The first presenter gave us the calculations in regard the advantages of the electric cars. Those calculations are good if they are true. Of course, if the cost is less, when I'm using an electric car or a renewable energy user car, then I would opt for that one instead of going for the one of fossil fuels. But still the challenge is, how do somebody talked about the refilling stations in Uganda, and here there is an exhibitor who was telling me the petrol energies, the total energies, they have an electric car, and then they are saying they are going to put where they have a petrol station in the country. The plan is to have these refillers along those petrol stations. So there should be no worry. We begin with the central, then we can go to other regions in the country. And once that one is done, then we shall be covered. So there should be no worries about that. Otherwise, I thank you so much, and I wish you all the best in your endeavors. God bless you.
Thank you so much. It wasn't a question, as I thought, but it was a good comment. Hope you all understood, because he explained more of the answers we had, and that was very good. Thank you, sir. If there are any teens in the room who have any questions, please feel free to ask. Okay, let's first have the teen, then we shall end with a grown-up later. So there's one there.
Hello. Yeah, good morning, everyone. So my question goes that we've talked about the charging stations, right? But then when I relate this to our daily life, we have our phones, right? Whenever the battery drains, you have to charge it, and it takes some time. So I have my journey to go to. I have to go to Gulu. Then I burn somewhere to charge. Like, what timing will it take? Remember, I have to reach quickly to that place. So the timing of the charging, the battery, the timing.
Okay.
Testing.
Because we've not yet really gone deep into the aviation, we don't know. We won't give you a specific time range. But you know, when you also have that phone, you can buy a power bank, right? And a power bank, in case you're traveling and your phone runs down, you have a power bank to keep you up. So for now, we shall try to put up power banks in cars. So if you're running low, you can, a power bank in the battery, like, you know. So if you're running low, you can try to recharge as you're using, but when you get to a petrol station, then you can refill both the power bank and your car. So, Ellie, I want to add something.
Any other teenagers with a question?
Another thing, you could have just charged your car earlier if you knew you had an important journey.
I think Ellie has something to add.
Creek also sells power banks that you rent for a day. They store power in which they can charge electric cars, they can power homes, and so forth.
Okay, let's have our last question, and then we can close.
So, good morning to you all. I'm not giving a question, I'm just commenting on what the government can help us, the youth, in spreading the good about the clean the energy used in schools to us, the youth. I think the government can, like, under the Ministry of Education, it can like give us some laboratories. Like, we are dying out with our ideas, we need to, but we don't have anywhere to go use our ideas from. So I think the government can, like, advise the schools to set up laboratories for us, the youth who have interest in the energy department. So I think it can do that and bring in technicians to help us with ideas, because we need to give out what we have as we the youth. I mean, Mwanguzi Emmanuel.
Thank you. I wanted to say something. You shouldn't also wait for the government. You could also try to do some of these things. Like, talk to the school. Tell them the good about it. Like, right now, after I'm done with this, I can go back to school and be like, can I talk to that physics teacher or something? So the more you talk to them about it, they're going to feel like, yeah, they should do something, because the students can't notice this before they do. It's going to, according to them, it will ruin business for them. So, yeah, this is very good. It's a very good opportunity. If you do it fast, then the government can come and support you. So, thank you for this. It has been very insightful. Thank you, panelists. You can take your seats. You have something? Okay, there's one more question.
Thank you so much. So, relating this to our daily life, if you look at the cars we use right now, we have reserve tanks. But people still go ahead and they use the fuel of the reserve tank, and they still run out of fuel along the way. So with these cars, even with the power banks, people will tend to think these power banks are actually charging the cars, and they will think probably the battery they have attained is going to last them a longer distance than what is actually going to last them. So in case someone actually runs out of energy along the way, how are they going to solve that issue?
Okay. How to solve that issue? You know, everything you buy sometimes, like electronics, there's always a toll-free number, right? So you can dial and ask for help on the way. So we shall try to, as long as our missions actually go through very well successfully, we shall try to put that team that if someone is low or they've had a breakdown on their car and something like that, we have those guys who can come and try to help. Like if you're driving your car, these normal cars, the fossil fuel cars, when it goes, like if you have a breakdown, you can call a mechanic on the way to come and help you, and then you proceed with your journey. So yeah, we shall also have that.
So, dear moderator, the room is warming up. Just one last question.
Okay.
By name is Nakakoza Flavia from Budo Vocational College. As our country, Uganda, is a developing country, and we need to be motivated in terms of using energy. But I'm asking, assuming I'm in a deep village, how am I going to benefit in energy project?
That's a good question.
My name is Nachinji Sumaya, and I just want to add on what you're saying. If you're going to travel a long distance, maybe you should get an extra battery.
Back to the question. For people down in the villages, what we're trying to do is we're trying not to focus more on ourselves that are in town and integrate more to you. So for you, we might start with electricity itself, put you on the power grid, because I believe some people are not on the power grid. Am I right? Then from the power grid, maybe we can get you onto solar. Actually, we'll start from solar because that's a cheaper option. Get you onto solar, because most people do not think of solar as a good energy source, but with a good battery and good efficiency that we are trying to build up with Creek and Step Up and a few more organizations, we can get you dependent on solar first, so to get you used to using cleaner forms of energy. From there on, we can keep bringing you step by step closer to us. We are not going to get you, put you on electricity and give you an oven. No, we'll get you from solar, electricity, a TV, then start you slowly by slowly and teach you how to use these things. Because if you give somebody with zero knowledge, these things are gone, right? We need our knowledge management to work on that. So if that doesn't happen, then we leave you behind or bring you to a future you can't live in, and that's not good. So we integrate you slowly by slowly, solar, electricity, move you on to gas, maybe, because I know in the future it will get cheaper. So it's a slow integration. It's just about being patient and taking it one step at a time.
Okay, I think Nema should add something to that, then we can finish up this.
Well, you asked how you're going to benefit from the renewable energy. Well, you're well aware that actually in Uganda, there are people who are suffering from different types of diseases. So if you ask how you're going to benefit from renewable energy, then it's self-explanatory. Because if you're moving and then a vehicle passes you by, it has a bad fume that it is producing. Then that fume is endangering your life. But then if we introduce clean energy, we see that actually it is becoming like it is an impact. It has put an impact in your life. You're becoming healthier, but then you're not breathing in that fume. So if you ask how renewable energy will impact your life, then I think it is already answered.
Okay, thank you. You've been a really good audience, and we hope to make Uganda a better Uganda with your help and support. Please spread the news to the rest to make this to bring more awareness to everyone else, even those in rural areas. Please enlighten them on that. Thank you for this. It has been very insightful. Panelists, you may go back and sit. And I would love to invite Dr. Mary Susan Abo. Thank you so much.
Wow, another hand for the children, for the teenagers. They've been amazing. I feel like the claps were not as heavy as they should be. Thank you, thank you. Keep clapping, like for a few more seconds. They're going to take a historic photo. I'm Dr. Susan, the Managing Director at the Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation. I decided to come at the end so that the children take the show. So many adults have been speaking to you, and this is a platform that the ministry has given us to allow the children to speak and show you what they can do. So I hope that with this session, I believe this is the first time it's happened in a conference, that this will go on and on and on. A number of you are asking questions, others giving comments, but today was simply to expose them and start them on that journey. So they need a lot of support. We need to work with them, and we need to believe in the children. These are under 18. I know there are those above 18 youth in here. We work with those as well. But we need to support them in every way that we can. Government, organizations, individuals. Today was to expose them. We are so grateful to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development for creating this platform for unique groups such as these. Our children hold the future. They are knowledgeable. They can do great things. We always hear about children from Asia, even younger than 13, doing innovations, things that are exported to other countries. Our children are knowledgeable, and as we support them, we will see this dynamic change, not only in technology, but in other aspects as well. So thank you so much for being here to listen in. Thank you so much again, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. We are grateful, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abo, and thank you so much to our panelists. Let's give them another grateful hand. I would recommend the ministry to, come up with a younger version of their leadership, so that in case things are not moving in their boardrooms, they just refer to the other room with the young people, and the young people answers are straight up. Why are you going to Gulu? Get 2 batteries, get 3 batteries, whatever it takes to get you to Gulu. Solutions already there, okay? So thank you so much. And to the adults that are in this room today, resolutions for 2024, buy an electric car. Yeah, let's protect our environment. Let's use clean energy, okay? Yeah. And then I hope in 2027 or 2026, after the next elective year, when they're buying MPs new vehicles, they can also buy them, right? Can I get some amens? Yeah. Okay, all right. Well, we have to continue on with the program here in Speak Ballroom. Our next session is going to be looking at making modern energy cooking markets work for all. And for all was a conversation we had yesterday, inclusivity. Now, this one's going to be looking at clean cooking technologies that are not the preserve of the rich middle-income classes alone, but every citizenry of the globe. This session is going to be showcasing efforts to promote clean cooking technologies among the end users, in particular our friends in the ghetto areas. And it's also going to be showcasing the role that integrated energy planning can play in expanding access to clean cooking using the experiences of women from ghetto areas. And so with their experiences, they're going to be sharing with us clean cooking technologies through utilization. We're also going to be having panelists that are going to be using the native language to share their experiences, their challenges, and opportunities of using clean cooking technologies in the ghetto areas. Therefore, without further ado, changing the dialect of the next session to Luganda, tugenda kuba twogera Luganda. Yes, so mbadde nsaba omukyala n'abanooba ajje yeeyongereyo ne session eddako. N'abanooba akola nga administrative assistant era mu kibiina kya CRIC.
Thank you very much. Tusanze okubalaba mwenna gye muvudde okujja wano. Amannya nze Nabanoba Jane Sekyanzi nga nviiridde bweyogerere. Ng'omulamwa we batugambye ti okufuula obutale obw'enfumba ennongooseemu okukolera buli omu. Nze nga wenze wano nsaba kwaniriza abantu bange benze nabo abagenda okutuula wano batunnyonnyole ku bisingako nga bannyonnyola topiki gye twogeddeko wano. Asooka ye Letitia Nakato era oyo akola briquettes. Tujja kuwulira nga yeeyanjula atugambe ebimufaako. Addako ye Sarah Kigundu, oyo ye mulimi. Addako ye Fiona Namara, oyo ye mufumbi. Asembayo ye Goreti Nakiwala, akola naye briquettes. Nsanyusa obbalaba aboogezi bange era saawa zino nsaba ntwale omukisa tweyanjulire abantu batutegeere wa gye tuvudde, biki bye tukola. Kantandike ne Nakato Letitia.
Nsanyusa okubalaba abaami n'abakyala. Amannya gange nze Nakato Letitia, nviiridde Mbuya Kinnawataka mu Slums. Nakato Letitia nkola amanda nga ngakola mu Lusinyente era nga nviiridde mu kibiina tusevinga. Nviiridde mu kibiina kya Ash Development Group tusevinga tuyigiriza abakyala okukola amanda nga tuva mu Lusinyente. Tulima naddala okuyigiriza abakyala okulimira awafunda urban farming. Tukola bingi bye tunoyongera okunyumya mujja bitegeera byonna.
Tweyanziza Letitia, katugende ku mukyala Sarah Kigundu naye atugambe ebimukwatako.
Amannya gange nze Victoria Sarah Kigundu. Nvudde Kansanga nga ndi wa JIP, organization ya JIP nga ekola ku environment.
Tweyanza nnyo Sarah olw'ekyo ky'oyogedde. Nsaba tugende ku Fiona Namara.
Nsanyusa okubalaba bassebo ne bannyabo. Amannya n'eddoboozi nze Namara Fiona nga nviiridde Nansana nga nfumba omulimu gwenkola nfumba mmere nga nfumbira awo Makerere.
Tweyanziza mukyala Fiona, katugende ku mukyala Goreti Nakiwala.
Mwasuze mutya mwenna. Nze Nakiwala Goreti ndi mubuulizi wa njiri era ndi mukozi w'amanda amalongooseemu. Nze CEO wa Africa Briquettes and Choto Energy Integrated Center. And the brand brand storyteller from Creek. I'm the brand storyteller wa film ya Beautiful Ashes, Renewable Energy. Nekirala ndi community leader mu kibiina cha Women in Renewable Energy Association of Uganda. Tuwangudde award wano mu Uganda n'ebweru nga mwekyo kibiina nange personal nominatingidwa among the women mu bakyala abali mu maanyi mu Uganda.
Tweyanziza mukyala Goreti obutamala budde nga ffenna wetumanyi omulamwa okufuula obutale obufumba obulongooseemu okukolera buli kinnoomu naddala wano mu Uganda. Gwe omulamwa gwaffe ogwaleero. Ffenna nga wetumanyi, abasinga ku ffe tukimanyi nti wetuwulira nti okufumbira abantu abakozesa gaasi, abantu abakozesa electric pressure cooker, tumanyi nti bo bagagga. Abasinga ku ffe kyekyo kye tumanyi. Naye ate twagala nti omuntu wa wansi abaviira ddala mu ghetto tibo tugenda bayamba tutya okukola ki nabo okutuuka ku mutindo guno ogw'okozesa ebintu ebirongooseemu ng'amaseppiki nga n'ebintu bye tukozesa okufumba. Obutamala budde kambuuzeeko Goreti Nakiwala, kiki ekyakuviirako oba kye wasinziirako okugamba nti kokole omulimu gw'okola ogw'okukola briquettes oba amanda amalongooseemu?
Nze ndi mukozi w'amanda amalongooseemu naye kale entandikwa yange nze nali siina manda waka. Ndi mukyala alina abaana 3 era mbeera waka, ndi maama abeera ewaka. So nali siina manda ate nga nyina ebbanja ku kibanda ky'amanda nga saagala kugenda kufuna manda kwewola kati nenfuna amagezi oba kye nandiise amagezi Katonda agagaba beyond information, beyond okumanya tuyita Guinnessco. Katonda yekka yagagaba, tewali mulala. Era ogasanga mu Luka 1:35. Nenfuna amagezi ago nembumba, nalina olusenyente n'akawunga ka mwogo nemumbamu bubol. Kati like baneiba nabo ne beewuunya ne bagamba oba leero Mama Karis oba abadde ki, and then ne balowooza oba ngudde oba ddala oba. Then in the evening landlord wange najja like to find out, yansanga ali mu kufumbisa bubolo bwange, so n'asanyuka. And then enkeera nali nkola ki, ndi mubayigiriza abakyala ne bajja ne beeyongerako. So ku Sunday we nagenda ku church, Present Truth Church Ntinda, nempa obujulizi olw'ekyo Katonda kye yakola mu bulamu bwange, kuba ku olwo twali emmere nabufumbisa ne tulya. Kati mu congregation mwalimu omukyala omutume Apostle Susan, she's an energy engineer, mulabya abadde wano. So nagamba ffe ku Creek Makerere like ebyo tutwala myaka okufuna briquette. Kati by that time ze nali simanyi buno briquette nga njiyita bolo. So nampita ogenda ku Creek Makerere nengendayo nensangayo briquettes ez'enjawulo. So staff ne beera amazed okubujulizi ne basalawo ne bagamba nti bagenda kujja batwongeremu okumanya ne bajja ne batraininga ng'abakyala ne batuyingiza ne mu business entrepreneurship, renewable energy entrepreneurship. So twayingira mu business yagana amanda amalongooseemu. Tuyina tukola amanda gano Mukama atuwadde ekisa. Tugakola tugatunda ku center we tuli eya Kyoto Energy Integrated Center. Tufuna ba researchers, tufuna ba academians bajja like to know, to add more knowledge from us. So that's how I started. Yengeri gye natandikamu okuyingira mu gano amanda g'olusennyente. And then ndabye n'ekirala amanda gaffe twagenda ne tugatestinga ku creek e Makerere. Balina testing gadgets ezitesting these gano amanda gano amalongooseemu. So gali tested and approved nti gakola. Yeah, so that is it.
Tweyanziza mukyala Great. Webale tunyumiza engeri gye watandikamu.
Mpozi n'ekirala kye neerabidde out of this story. Creek yakwatamu film eya Beautiful Ashes ekwata kugana amanda agalongooseemu n'ekirala na graduatinga neyongerayo okusoma ne graduatinga mu Creek Academy e Makerere. So I'm a graduate also.
Tweyanziza olw'ebigambo by'otugambye. Story enyuma nnyo naye olw'obudde tujja gisalira awo tugende ku muntu omulala. Sarah Kigundu. Nandiyagadde okumanya nti mu bintu by'olima obirimira wa?
Nkwongerako natandika ebya energy bino mu 93 okubisoma. Naye ebyokulima bino bigendera wamu n'ebya energy kubanga tusimba emiti oli omukyala byabaddeko ebyamanda ate tukola n'essigiri. Mwana ateeka amanda tukola essigiri mu bbumba n'ebyoto ebyenku ebikekkereza ennyo bibaako n'ekimuni. Baana boogedde wano nti omukka gwonoona biki kyo kituufu naye ebyoto ebyaffe birina kimuni era oba ofumba enku ntono n'omukka togulabako. Kakati ekitwala mu kulima kwe kusimba ennyo emiti gitaase environment eno egyo emikka gy'emmotoka naki byonna bye babadde boogerako tutaase. Ate era nze ndowooza nti enku bakyazifumbisa kubanga amasannyalaze tegannabuna buli nnyumba. Ate era sirowooza nti era bagasobola okugafumbako. Kale nno okusimba emiti kikulu nnyo. Emiti ne gibeerawo abantu ne basobola okufuna enku n'ebibala. Ate okulima bwe tubeera mu bintu bino tulina okukola ku environment okuŋŋaanya ebisaaniiko ne tubikolamu maniwa ne bikuleetera okulima. N'olima enva n'olima byonna by'oyagala. Naye kati ate nze na specializinga mu bimuli era mbitunda nnyo. Naye nga n'ebyokufumbisa mbikozesa nga ekisero. Tukola ekisero nkikozesa kirungi nnyo kiyonjo kiyamba nnyo kifumba emmere ate nekikola nga flasika ekisero. Kakati ekirala ennaku zino waliwo pressure cooker eyazze ey'amasannyalaze etwala amasannyalaze matono nnyo naye ng'efumba buli kintu. Efumba buli kintu kyonna kyoyagala n'abali b'amatooke naki byonna. Era oba osobodde oyinza okuguliramu esefulya z'omunda n'obeera na bbiri osooka n'ofumba enva zo oluvannyuma n'ofumba emmere. Naye ng'esefulya eyo naye ekola bulungi. Kaakati ekirala ekigendera mu bintu bino nze nafunamu nze ntunda ebintu ebyo ebisero tubikola ne tubitunda kati ebimuli mbitunda nnyo ate neeyongera n'okumanyika n'okubeera n'emikwano emingi ennyo n'okubeera mu bantu buli kaseera bwe bakola emyoleso bwe bakola ki kwega mulimu okufuna ssente mulimu okuyamba obutonde bw'ensi n'okwanguyirwa obulamu ebintu bye tukola bintu obeera muyonjo lowooza nnyabo awamu n'ebigambo ebyo
tukufunye bulungi tweyanzizza tujja kweyongera mu maaso okumanya kubanga emboozi enyuma nnyo kaŋŋende ku mwogezi omulala addako Letitia. Amanda g'okola amalongooseemu ogakozesa bintu ki okufuna ekintu ky'oyagala? Birungo ki by'oteekamu?
Amanda genkola ngenda kusooka nkugambeko engeri gye natandikamu okugakola kubanga bwali biseera bya covid. Biseera bya covid nga mu nnyumba tetulina kyakulya, ndi mama w'abaana 5 nga mu nnyumba tusigazzaamu nusu 2. Kati wabaawo mukwano gwange ajja naŋŋamba nno ne mugamba mu nnyumba tusigazzaamu 2 naye nnyina n'amanda gaweddemu nyinamu lusinyente. Naŋŋamba ate olwo olusinyente lwandikozesezza okufunamu amanda kati amangi. Ne mubuuza olusinyente lutwala ki okulukola. Naŋŋamba ofuna akawunga ka muwogo. Ne mugamba ate leka nawe nkugambye ensigazizza 2 ate oŋŋamba kawunga ka muwogo ngenda kukagula kyate. Kati naŋŋamba osobola n'okukozesa ettaka. So ne tufuna ettaka, waliwo ettaka eribeera nga si buli ttaka nga gano ag'ekiswa n'onoonyaako ne ngenda ne ndunoonya mu nsiko nenkola olusinyente olwo. Bwe nakola olusinyente lwatutwalira ddala n'omwana watte okumala nga wiikisi 2. Olwali lusigaddemu twali tugenda okuyuwa ne ntandika okukozesa olwo olusinyente ne tulaba nga tufuna ekyokukulya ewaka. Kati bwe nza kukyombuuzizza olusinyente olwo lwe nakutandika olukola tufunyeemu kubanga bwe natandika okulukola nenfuna ne bakyala be nali nabo mu guruupu nembagamba nti olusinyente luno nno lusobola otukola kubaze lwankoledde bwe tuti ne bwe tuti ne tukuŋŋaana ng'abakyala ne tutandika okukola olusinyente olwo. Lutuyambye nga guruupu kuba lutugasse ate ne tuba nga tulutunda ne tujjamuko kasente nti awaliwo tali ssente ng'ewaka nti tufuna obutabankomba nti ssente zaabuze kati abakyala tusobola okuyingiza ku ssente nga tuva ku bintu ebyo ebitono ebitotolekamu ssente nnyingi naye nga musobola okufunamu ku ebyo ebintu bye tukola. So bwe ntyo bwe tubadde bwe natandika okukola bwe ntyo.
Tweyanzizza nnyo mukyala Letitia. Katugende ku mukyala Fiona afumba emmere. Twagala okumanya ki ky'okozesa okufumba era obisanga otya obijjawa by'okozesa okufumba? Batugambye abakyala bano batugambye balina briquettes z'okozesa oba waliyo ebintu ebirala by'okozesa okufumba?
Neeyanzizza nnyo. We natandikira natandika n'obusigiri 2 ne ngenda nga neeyongerako mpola mpola. Paka ku sigiri 4. Kati nali ndi awo nga mpitayita ku creek nensanga nga basomesa abantu ku ngeri y'okukozesamu ebisepiki by'amasannyalaze. Nembeegattako nsobola okubeebuuzaako engeri gye bikozesaamu, engeri gye biyambamu, nenfuna okumanyisibwa okwo. Mu bizinensi yange nkyakozesa amanda nga wadde ga bbeeyi. Nkozesa amanda then nenkozesa n'ekyo ekisepiki eky'amasannyalaze. Naye ekisepiki ky'amasannyalaze kinkoledde mu myezi emitono gino gye naakakikozesa. Kubanga eyali akozesa amanda g'emitwalo 2 kati nkozesa amanda ga 15 nga nfumbye buli kimu ate tekitwala na budde bungi kuba buli kimu mba nkifumbye nga bijjiridde mu budde n'omuntu ajja ku ssaawa 5 aba asobola okulya emmere olw'ekyo ekiseppi kye kirungi tekitwala masannyalaze mangi kwegamba nze kinkoledde awo wempeera okwebaza creek olw'amagezi amangi ge batuleetedde mu ffe abantu ba wansi era n'ekirala bangi abanneebuuzaako ekyo ekiseppi kikikola kitya ne mba nnyonnyola mu bakasitoma bange omwo kubanga kiyamba oteekako kino kijjira mu ddakiika ntono oteekako kiri ne kijjira mu ddakiika ntono ate n'ennyama evaamu ng'egonda bulungi kwegamba baali batalya nnyama olwakuba nti olumu eba ekaluba kati gye basooka n'okulya ne bamalamu olw'ekyo ekiseppi ekirungi nze kinkoledde mu bizinensi yange.
Tweyanziza mukyala Fiona wenzira ku mukyala Letisha ogambye olina ekibinja kyemukola nakyo nga mukola ebintu byammwe ebyokufumbisa ebirongooseemu kati kyo kino ekibinja okifunyemu ki kikuyambye kitya mu kukola ebintu bye mukola ebyo ebyokukola amanda amalongooseemu?
Neeyanziza nnyo ekibinja kinyambye kubanga nti twegasse nga bwe bagamba nti agali awamu ge galuma ennyama nti bw'obeera omu okola kitono naye bwe mubeera abangi mukola kingi kubanga tetulina busobozi bwa kusobola kugula byuma ebikola amanda amangi tukozesa engalo zaffe akatiba ketubadde nga ketuyina kakufulumya eryanda limu so bwe tubeera abangi kituyamba ofulumya ebintu ebingi kyova olaba gurupu enyambye ennyo kuba tulina gurupu twatandika na kusevinga netuddamu netutandika okukola amanda ago essaawa zino tuli mu urban farming okuyigiriza abantu okulimira awafunda era bw'oba oli wano ng'olina akafo ko weba waka tukola ne design tudesigningira akafo ako ne tusobola okukulaga ngeri gy'osobola okulimira awafunda kubanga byonna twabifuna mu kusomoozebwa mu covid ng'embeera mbi kati essaawa zino tekyali mukyala ali mu ash development group agula greens fenna twewagira ne twegulako ate nosanga nga tulina ezaffe nga gurupu nga newaka buli omu ayinako kabalaza walimira nga n'amanda tulina ge tukola ne tugamba kati tugenda kukolaga gurupu ne tugamba kati tukolaga awaka nti abakyala ba ash development group gye nkulembera nga kyamani waayo tetukyagula amanda tetukyagula greens ntusobodde n'okuwewulako abaami baffe naddala bali eyo ffe musiraamu abasinga batamiivu abasinga entegeera yaabwe sibavumye naye ebintu byabwe kati luli obutabanguko twali tulina bw'amaanyi nnyo ng'essaawa yonna tubeera mu kulwanagana abaana tebasomye ki naye kati omukyala akola amanda ago ne tutunda bugulinizi bwaffe nosanga omwana wange mugulidde ekitabo nsobodde nganza omukyala okuweerera omwana wange omutwala ku ssomero ekitaaliwo luli nga tetunabakwatagana nga gurupu essaawa zino tulina gurupu sezijja tuziyigiriza okulima tuziyigiriza okukola amanda so nganze nenyumiriza mu kibiina kyange nange okuba tusobodde okuba nga tulina abakyala tisiti musiraamuzi abatuliraanyeeko okuba nga tubayambako naddala okukendeeza obutabanguko mu maka kubanga ng'ebiseera bya covid obutabanguko bwali bungi naye kati waliwo embeerawo neewanga oli n'aleeta ekirabo n'agamba watuyamba nnyo abakazi bali batufuukidde abakazi kukusaba sente z'akameeza nanga nawe toziina okitegeera naye kati ash development group kyekoze mu kitundu waffe tewakyali butabanguko bagamba musiraamuzi ewasinga obutabanguko naye waffe baana batu tewakyali kubanga abakyala tunyiikidde mu kukola mu kwekolerera era kati abakyala tukola ate n'okuba nti ntudde wano ensonga ya bricks ezo ze tukola ensonga abantu gwe balaba nti mulimu gwa wansi ogutalina makulu naye guntuzizza wano wesira otanganako.
ffenna ndowooza tuwulidde nyumiddwa nnyo mbadde neerabidde n'okuteekako akazindaalo naye tweyanziza okuwuliza Letisha. Kati katugende ku mukyala Sarah. Nsaba kumanya ebintu byo bitunza ojjawo akatale k'okutunda ebirime byo bantu ki boobiguza era bategeera batya nti otunda ebimuli oba olima ebimuli n'emiti.
Weebale nnyo nnyabo. Olw'okukola kwange ekisooka namanyika bammanyi nnyo era mu kumezesa ebintu. Abantu bava neyo Tanzania wa ne bandeetera ensigo zaabwe bazaasoko bazaakinzi basimbire. Ekyo kimu. Emirimu egyange ngikolera waka. Nina abantu oba abagenyi oba ki. Era buli ate ajje wange yabuulira omulala ebintu nkolera waka era bwe bansanga era bwe babigulira. Ate ekirala nasomesa ettololo n'ensomesa eruweere eyo manyiddwa nnyo era bamanyi nnyo bampita maama Masiga bampita ki owulidde. Abantu baaganyulwa abali eyo mu byalo bambi baaganyulwa abakyala ne banguya emmere ne bakoma okuvumibwa mmere neetuuka ddi biri ebyoto bikola nnyo mangu nnyo bitutta enku ntono ate emmere nejja ki mangu kubayo omwami asaba emmere ate mwalimye mwenna ate najja akusaba emmere azifu nti mwenna mubadde mutudde awo. Kale nno ebintu bino biyamba nnyo abantu b'ekyalo ebyoto byaffe ebyo bya mutindo nnyo ebiseera ebyo eri abaana abakyala abazadde abalongo bifumba obuugi ne bakabirira ekiro ekyoto kyo kibeera awo owulidde. Ebyo byebisero byagala kubasomesa sinza kubinnyonnyolako kaakati naye muyinza kututuukirira ne mutegeera ebyebisero naye ngaekisero kikola nnyo eri abalina abaana ne banywa obuugi obuyidde obulungi kwegamba n'okwanguya n'okubeera abayonjo. Naye nga nnyabo emirimu ngikolera waka era bansanga waka ebintu byange we mbitundira era bwe baba baagadde bisero basobola okubifuna bwe baba baagadde ki buli kyonna kyonna ku kyenjogeddeko. Naye ennaku zino kati omutindo nze gwendiko gwa seffuliya ndowooza oba noono gyayogerako simanyi eri eriko n'eddakiika n'essaawa byekubuulira kakati ndowooza olaba bwenfaanana nze ni mukazi wa myaka 8 naye sikyali mu nku ate kati sikyali muki ndi mu seffuliya eyo ate y'amasannyalaze naye biri ebyekyalo tubibakolera n'ab'ekibuga bane mbabuulira mbazigirira eseffuliya eyo eyanguya nnyo ffe bwe tugenda okusaba ku Sande twakeeranga ne tufumba naye kati nedda tugenda ne tusaba ne tukomawo ne tukola ki ne tufumba ne tulya ebintu byaffe. Seffuliya eyo bannange ekola nnyo era nnungi nnyo eri abasobola etwala nno ekikulu amasannyalaze matono mujja kubuulira nti twogera ku masannyalaze naye bannange nze nange sinze yali awo ennyaali n'ennyo era amasannyalaze abantu bagatya nnyo naye eri eseffuliya ekuleeta obulimba ekola bulungi nnyo ate ng'etwala amasannyalaze maki matono kubanga noono munnange mumuwulira ono afumba ebibyo ebyokutunda mumuwulira bwagikozesa naaba nga afunamu nsuubira nga gyayogerako yeseffuliya eyo. Kale nno emitendera gigenda environment eno biri bye boogedde by'emmotoka ebyakisimanyi bigenda ku masannyalaze biki naye twetaaga emiti ginywe omukka guno oguva mu bintu bino. Emiti gino gya bulamu nnyo naffe gituyamba kukola ki kukussa okulima enva abantu okubasomesa bakuŋŋaanye baselekitinge ebisaaniiko bafune manyuwa tomugula nze sigula manyuwa owulidde oba mugula nga bintu nkozesa emirimu mingi nnyo naye manyuwa ono gwe tukuŋŋaanya ono mu bisaaniiko ebivunda akola nnyo bw'omuteeka awantu n'otemawo n'osimbawo enva mulina okulya enva ebyo byonna bigendera mu energy and environment. Ndowooza awamu n'ebyo nnyabo anti wagaye nti onyumirwawo naye teweerabira naye nga ebintu bwe bityo bwe biri ate n'okufunamu. Nze nkola ssente nsimba emiti nsimba katingi nsimba ensigo nsimba egyokusiba egyo emiti gye mulaba ku makubo egimasamasa toyinza gusala katingi tegulina nsigo naye tusiba misibe ebyo nabyo osoma bisome n'obiyiga okubikola. oba n'omuti gwo gumwawaka gw'osiba n'ofunako emiti. Kaakati bwe batuukanga kaakati bano be mulaba luli ku kyogamu twatunda nnyo emiti egyo nnyo. Egyo gye mulaba ku kkuba egyo gye bakomolakomola egyo bwe gityo. Owulidde omuntu obeerawo n'okola ebintu n'okola aba oli awo nga bakutuuseeko nga kakati baabano mbalaba baaba beetalaatala era batuukako. Era nze nkola ne compound ne nkola awaka w'omuntu bw'aba yandeseewo ku makyadde olw'eggulo nga nkyusizzaawo ng'ayagala na kuyitawo. Ebyo byonna bigenda mu ebyo eby'environment. Kale nno nze since 1993 nkoze si gye gyali emirimu gyange, nze ndi mutunzi naye kaakati nayongerako n'ebyo. Omuntu okola mulimu gutya ate n'abaana n'abazzukulu bange awaka kaakati ababadde nange bayize bakolera ddala. Abamu nabo basimba ebimuli ebyabwe bwe bajja okugula, naye abaali awo ng'ekimuli kye bakikoze eki nga bakiguze. Emikwano ebintu bwe bityo siyinza kubimalayo kati, sijja kuba mulungi omu.
Tweyanziza mukyala Sarah, tubiwulidde bannange, tubiwulidde ddala era twesunze okujja otusomesa okubimanya ennyo. Kati mukyala Great, twagala otangaazeemuko bantu ki b'otunza briquettes ezo ze muba mukoze, katale okajjawa era bamanya batya nti okola briquettes?
Ekisookera ddala bwe twogera katale, nze asookera ddala okwetunda. Akatale akasooka nze manyi okwetunda. Ne wenjogera obwogezi bw'enti obeera owulira nti obeera olina okwetaaga kyenkola. So kati nze manyi okwetunda. Naye ngenda kuleeta ekintu kye bayita integrated marketing communications right now. Mu kaseera kano ke tulimu. So tuli in between, tuli masekati ga tradition marketing then ne modern marketing. So kati nze nsingira ddala okukozesa social media platforms, emitimbagano gya internet, Facebook, WhatsApp, LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube. Yes. Nzikozesa ntya? Bwe mba nkolagana Amanda, bwe tuba tukolagana Amanda, nga postinga ku mitimbagano. Then ebbafu yange ya $2. Nga woolaba Jumia bwekola. Kati nange yengeri gye nkukubira essimu kuba obeera oyagala. Ne kugamba naye ojja kusasula transport cost. Kuba nze mbeera kati gwe n'ompa ezange nze ng'omukozi. So kati gwe mulimu abantu gwe banyooma oba abantu abasinga bamanyi mbu n'omulimu ogw'okola briquettes ze nandiise briquette Amanda gano amalongooseemu ag'okubumba nti mulimu gw'abaavu. Si gw'abaavu bannange. Twasoma right now bwe bujulizi bwennyina twasoma naye ekiriwo nti kyasukka okubeera nga tufuna ssente kuba natandika mu community then neŋŋamba tangende mu bantu abalala kyekyo lwaki nagenda ku mutimbagano. Kati nti nno n'abeera tandabanga wano we mundaba abeera asobola okukola ki okutumya then nenkola ki nembisindika ne bimutuukako ate ssente nenziramu nenzifuna. So kyekyo n'ekirala ntunuulira nnyo data analysis in that nti nina relationship ne bakasitoma bange. I track my data. Nina relationship ne bakasitoma bange okuyita mu product yange then ne service zembawa. Kati nakyo kinyamba nnyo mu katale. So kyekyo right now mpozi n'ekirala tugenda mu bitundu ebyenjawulo marketing nayo tugenda mu bitundu ebyenjawulo ne tutraining abakyala ffe ng'aba Renewable Energy Association of Uganda. Tugenda mu bitundu ebyenjawulo si wano mu Kampala wokka mu Slums wabula mu bitundu by'eggwanga ebyenjawulo. Tugenda ne training abakyala tuba traininga ne tuba mentalinga okuyingira mu entrepreneurship oba okuyingira mu business. N'ekirala ne tuba training about ku environment degradation issues, how can we tusobola kusolvinga tutya tusobola kubeera kitundutundu kitya ku okulwanyisa global warming. Nze nyina ekintu kyetukkiriza nze ne bannaffe benkola nabo nti ffe abakyala bwe tuba tusomeseddwa tusobola okuleeta enkyukakyuka mu ggwanga kuba yeffe bapayoniya aba change mu maanyi ne mu climate kuba yeffe ba end users yes wetugenda ne training eyo mu bakyala n'abaami bajja naye ng'omukyala olaba nti no ye end user. So eringa waste management naye ng'ate we contribute a lot to the environment. Briquettes zino ziri eco-friendly so nakyo ye mu ku marketing engeri gye twetundamu naye ng'ate olaba nti tulina impact gye tukola. So fa twakatraining abantu abasukka mu 100 twakatraining abantu abasukka mu 100 betulabako ne betutalabako kati mwembalabako naye ate wetunulira market right now modern marketing olaba cameras eziri wano zigenda beyond. So kati obeera ki oyina business yonna gyokola mu zino renewable energy oba clean energy fuels obeera tebotunulira location yo yokka oba abantu abakulinaanya tunula beyond tunulira ensi yonna. Oli wano mu Uganda oli Kampala wona gye wavudde oba from another nation tunulira ensi yonna kubanza briquettes zange nzi importinga n'ebweru si wano mu Uganda wokka zigende Germany zigenda UK nafunayo ne India ne mu State House ziyingira via social media. Last time omwami yanneewunyisa via WhatsApp omuntu yagenda n'asindika status yange n'agisindika mu State House WhatsApp group yaabwe kati omwami n'avuga emmotoka n'ajja ewaka kyali kyamaanyi nnyo si mukyala ku luno yali mwami ate nga yenna high profile yali ayagala kumanya. So kati wembeera nkola kyenkola situnuulira nze wabula ntunuulira nsi yonna ntunuulira impact gye mbeera nkola. So kyekyo mpozi n'ekirala a revolution mu renewable clean energy etandika naawe gwandaba wano. Briquettes ziringa alternative fuel tulabye e-cooking but nazo ziri clean manda malongooseemu tegalina mukka gatukula newembeera ano osobola okufumbira ano n'otandabako olusenyente. So kyekyo
tweyanziza mukyala Great.
Mpozi malirizaako kino on this nkubiriza abantu mwena government entities private sector ne public mujaribu twegatteko tuyite mu bitundu byo gy'oli tugenda kujja tubayigirize mpita ne ba partners mwagala kupatanalinga naffe enkolagana collaboration mujja tukolere wamu. Yes, mujja tukolere wamu.
Ndowooza tuwulidde ekyo mukyala Great kyatugambye nga butamala budde katugende ku mukyala Fiona mu ddakiika emu we tutunuulira ebifumbisibwa wano mu Uganda oba ebitundibwa mu katale kiki kyoyogera ku bbeeyi y'ebintu bye tukozesa okufumba ng'amanda nga amasannyalaze ogambye oyina ekifumbisa amasannyalaze okyogerako ki ekyo?
Amanda ku ssaawa eno ga bbeeyi uniti y'amasannyalaze ya 1,000 where that bwe mba nfumbisizza amasannyalaze gaba ga layisi nnyo okusingako ate amanda.
tweyanziza mukyala Fiona katugende ku mukyala Sarah. Nandiyagadde okumanya abantu obazzaamu otya amaanyi oba bo banaamanya batya bino ebintu emirimu gy'okola era ewaka kubanga mingi nnyo, kuliko ebyobulimi, kuliko ebibbo, kuliko n'okumanyisibwa nti amasannyalaze gasobola okufumba emmere kubanga we tutunuulira nti abantu abali mu myaka gyo basinga kwagala mmere eri eboobereddwa ku manda ne kuki ne ku nku, naye abamu kuffe twewuunyiza nti ki gwe olya ya ku masannyalaze, so tutangaazeemu mu ekyo kuffe abantu okwongera okumanya.
Ekyo nkibategeezezza, naye ng'ekisinga obukulu abantu bano bonna bannange abali wano mpulidde nga bali nnyo mu manda, naye ekisinga obukulu nze baneegatteko buli muntu asimba emiti kubanga amanda gava mu miti, ate emiti nga giweddewo. Emiti ne bw'obeera oli watono watya osimba emiti egy'ebibala, miyembe, emiti gyonna gyonna egya buli ngeri gwe nga bw'oba olabye. Ne bw'oba oli watono watya simbawo omuti. Nze mbeera ewange emiti si gye mingi ennyo naye ngituriminga nenfuna ki enku. Ogikendeezaako gimanyi okugejja negikola gitya n'ogikendeezaako. Ate si akyo ekimu ng'olya n'ebibala ffene, wali miyembe weegiri, biki byonna byonna ebyengeri eyo. Ekyo kisingira ddala obukulu. Ate n'esefulya gye nkugamba n'ettooke erifumba ne liboobera naye newankubadde tesiti nga eyawukanamuko katono katini nnyo, kayawukana mu kubeera nti wansi wano tewakozeewo bulungi, wano mu mazzi wano mmere n'ogituuza muki mu mazzi, naye bw'obanga watindiddewo bulungi munnange n'okuboobeeza ekola ki eboobeeza, era n'obuntu bwekulya obutegeeza n'owoominga wenda okugyayo ettooke nga likoze eki nga liri bulungi. Naye nga ekikulu abantu baneegatteko bonna abali wano mu ruumu wano tusimbe ki emiti. Tetulina kye tujja kukola kirala nga tetulina ki miti, ate egitali mabanda ate atali kalitunsi, naye waliwo emiti egiteekwa okusimbibwa era kalitunsi takola manda kyokka kati gwendaba awaali ebibira owulidde. Ate emiti gikendedde bannange bano abakola mu lusennyente n'amanda tegakyakola ki tegakyalabika, ate gagula buseere nnyo 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 nnyo. Ate batuguza amanda nga bakoze mu bitiititi, bagakoze mu bitiititi, ensawo ogiguze emitwalo 12 kyokka netemalaako ki mwezi, kubanga omuti gwe bayokezaamu amanda gufuumuuka buki bufuumuusi. Kale no bannange mwenna nze kyensinga okugamba nti baneegatteko tusimbe emiti, tujja kufuna enku n'okulya ettooke lye tukola ki nalyo ku nku, n'enku nazo nzirina nalyo tusooke olifumba naki, naye nga byonna mu ngeri emu oba endala. Nakubulidde n'ebyoto biri bye tubumba, ekyoto ekyo kifumbira ddala nga kitutte enku ntono nnyo, ate emmere neewooma nnyo neeyanguwa. Ne bw'oba olina nnyingi etya, ekyoto ekyo kikolera ddala bulungi nnyo 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 nnyo.
Tusiimidde ddala olw'ebigambo ebyo ebirungi. Mu butikitiki nsaba buli omu ayogere ku busoomoozebwa bw'asanga mu bizinesi gy'akolamu. Butikitiki buli omu. Tutandike ne Letisha.
Neyanziza nnyo okusoomoozebwa kwe tusanga ngaffe abakola olusinyeete ne tukolamu amanda kati ga bbeeyi, nti olusinyeete luli walinga osobola odufuna n'omuntu n'akuyita naddala bano ab'ebibanda n'alukugabira, naye kati balutunda. Okwo nako okusoomoozebwa okusooka. Okusoomoozebwa okulala kwe tuyinamu nti olusinyeente luno kati nti oluusi alukuguza naye ng'oluusi yandibadde akuwanga ensawo namba nga ya mutwalo sanga kati abasinga bagutunda mu kitundu, naye nga lulinga omuntu yalinga alukugabira n'ogenda n'okola ebintu byo n'otunda. Okusoomozebwa okulala ly'ettaka nga bwe mbagambye nti ettaka si buli limu nti lukola, olina kunoonya ettaka erikola amanda go ly'osobola ottabulamu. Okusoomozebwa okulala okuliko nga ffe ab'omusiraamuzi nti oluusi akawunga ka muwogo okwoteeka mu manda omwo otabule, osanga nti oluusi ne ssente ez'ewaka ez'okulya zibadde teziriiwo, ng'ate kati akawunga ka muwogo mwandiguza okutabula mu sinyente omwo abaana ke balina okulya. Okusoomozebwa okulala ebikozesebwa bitono nti osanga olina akatiba kakuba eryanda limu, so singa tufuna obuti obukusobola okufulumya amanda amangi kuba nabwo gye buli, n'ofulumya amanda amangi n'oba ng'ofuna bakasitoma abangi kuba kati ffe tuli bangi, tuli gurupu. Kwe tuba tufunye akatiba akakuba amanda amangi tuba tusobola okukulaakulana ng'abakyala. Okusomozebwa okulala twawulirako waliyo nti waliyo akuuma akakola nga bw'olonda ebipapa gyo bino ebiva ku muti nga temuguze lusinyente, kasasira ava ku miti, obuti obugudde obukoola, waliyo akuuma akabwokya. Bwe kabwokyako ne kabakola olusinyente ne mukolamu, naye tetulina busobozi busobola kagula. So bwe tuba tufunye ono tufulanga akakuuma, ebikusomozebwa okumu tuba tukukendezezzaako nga tusobola okukola mu bintu ebyo nga tekinologiya bwe yazze, waliyo ebyuma ebikusobola okukola kasasiro oyo avaamu olusinyente. So bwe tuba tufunye ng'ebyo tuba tuyambibwako ng'abakyala okugenda mu maaso.
Katugende ku mukyala Great otangazeemu ku kusoomozebwa kw'osanga.
Okusoomozebwa kwe kumu tekulina njawulo nga kwa mukyala Letitia kuba ffenna tufayininga challenges ezimu. So nebaza Mukama olwa kampani ya Creek yavaayo nejja netuwa tools naye zifulumya akantu kamu. So kati wesanga nti no to meet the demand oba okusisinkana demand gy'obeera nayo obeera olina okukozesa engalo zino n'obumba bu briquettes. So kati tusanga obuzibu mu machine. Twetaaga machines. E-machines I think zili better oba manual. So tuyita abantu abasobola like to work with us. Ne tutabagana okulaba nga tweyongerayo mpozi n'okusomoza okulaba kwe tuyina mwe tugendeyo masomero mu byalo ne Muslims okusomesa abantu kugana amanda amalongooseemu. Olaba nti nno nabo tulina okubeera nga tubalekera machines oba tools. So kati ne funding ezezo events. So kati twetaaga abantu betugenda okukolagana nabo tukolere wamu okulaba nga tukola enjawulo oba tuleeta enjawulo okulaba nga tukwatagana okulongoosa obutonde bw'ensi to fight environment degradation and then to protect and preserve our environment. Kyenyiza bwe lulimi ndowooza lwensobola okukozesa mu bwangu kati.
Tweyanziza okuwulira. Tusaba Fiona naawe otangazeemu.
Okusoomozebwa kwenfuna mu bizinensi yange kwa miwendo gya bintu. Leero ettooke olisanga ku mutwalo, enkya n'olisanga ku 2, enkya n'olisanga ku 3. Okusoomozebwa okulala amasannyalaze bwe gagenda mba sijja kusobola kufumbira ku ekyo ekisepiki kyange ekiba kinnyamba. Kutwaliza wamu kwe okusoomozebwa okw'emiwendo gw'ebintu n'amasannyalaze okuba nga gavaavaako.
Tweyanziza okuwuliza. Katusabe mukyala Sarah naye atutangazeemu mu kusoomozebwa kwasanga mu bintu byakola.
Nze nnyabo okusoomozebwa kwensanga mu bintu byenkola nkyuka ya budde. Omusana bwe gwaka ennyo nembeera nga ebintu byange byagala okukala, naye mu ngeri eyo tulina okugula tanka nziraba nnyingi nnyo nnyo weeziri eza buli sayizi. Tulina okulembeka amazzi, oteekwa okusala amagezi gonna okulaba nti ofuna ki amazzi. Naye nze bwe buzibu bwange ate n'enkuba bw'etonnya etonye bulungi nga teriimu muzira. Bwebaamu omuzira gukufiiriza nnyo ne gukuba ebintu byonna, oyinza n'okukaaba ng'ofulumya ebweru ng'olaba gukubye ebintu byo. Ebyo nno ebyange tebyali badde bingi nnyo kubanga bisalika amagezi, embeera ya budde kukyuka.
Tweyanziza olw'ebigambo ebyo. Kati tutuuse mu kaseera ka bibuuzo okuva eri abantu abatudde mu maaso wano. Yenna ayinayo ekibuuzo? Sobola ogenda mu maaso kubuuza.
Okay, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Atengemeru Irene Operation Manager, ABV Investments. My question goes to, I think, Madam Fiona and the last lady. You talked about this charcoal. How did you call it?
Amanda Malongo-sem.
Amanda Malongo.
Over briquettes.
The briquettes, yes. When you said about that, you have gone a miles, like you have trained over 1,000 people. But now there are dozens. Actually, me, I'm just hearing it from you. Okay. Because we do with women, we deal with women, and we go out for sensitization to help those women. Do we hire you? Do we need to pay you to help us to train those women so that they may also... There are also women who are there who can do that and they may get out of poverty. So do we hire you? Do we need to pay you, or you will volunteer to take you to train for us these women? Because we would need actually these very women also to rise up and open up their eyes so that they may be hardworking as you're hardworking today. Is it possible to access you? Can we take you, or you only operate on social media and from your home? Thank you.
Okay. Maybe to answer that, nkozesa Luzungu, nkozesa Luganda. Zonna. Kyengezako gamba mbuuziza nti bampangisa. Yes, I've worked with GIZ, I've worked with European Union, I've worked with several, even with government entities. So there is, those invites are facilitated, Yes, are facilitated, but at times we offer them freely. So you follow up on the website, yeah? Our website. Maybe after here we can talk, and then we see how we can give service, how we can provide our service, like to better lives. Yeah. After here we shall talk. We shall talk. I'm not only on social media, by the way. Tugenda wadala ku ground. Ku ground waliwo abakyala balinga nze abayita mu issue gye nalimu. Nze nagivaamu right now kuba kati nkola wenyumya ne ngamba nti nno nze ndi mukozi w'amanda amalongooseemu nyina byenfunyemu kati so waliwo bali abatannaba kufuna, and then waliwo abatannaba kufuna. They are women, really they need that transformation, they need that change. So at times it's not about money, no, but we are driven by love. So after here, we are going to talk.
Webale nnyo nnyabo. Ekibuuzo kigenda wa mukyala Saara. Webale nnyo nnyabo tubiwulidde. Naye kiki ekikunywezezza? Mpulidde ng'ogamba wasomesebwa mu 1993 okutuusa leero ogenda mu maaso n'ebyo by'obadde oyogerako eby'amasiga, eby'emiti, eby'ebimuli. Kiki ekikutaddemu amaanyi ago okugenda mu maaso paka?
Webale nnyo nnyabo. Ekintaddemu amaanyi ekisooka nfunamu bategeezezza ebintu babigula. Ekyo kimu. Ekirala, buli muntu yenna bw'oba onookola ekintu oteekwa okukikola nga okyagala. Sirowooza wano nti mu byenjogedde oli bw'aba nga tayagala, kubanga ebyaffe byakukwata mu ttaka, byakukola ki, byakutwala budde. Naye nze ekinywezezza mbyagala nnyo byenkola, binsanyusa nnyo nga bivuddemu. Ekirala ne nfunamu essente. Ekirala ne binkuuma obwongo bwange ndowooza nga bukola, kubanga nze situulaawo, situuliraawo. Mbeera nga nkola ki? Nga nkola buli kiseera. Ntabula ettaka, nkola ki, noonya ebipya, njagala nnyo okumanya. Ekyo okusinga ennyo okwagala ekintu ky'okola. Tokola kintu nga tokyagala. Naye bwe namala okusoma ne njagala nnyo ebintu ebyo bye nsomye ne mbiteeka mu ki? Mu nkola. Oba nkuzzeemu simanyi bulungi.
Tweyanziza, kansubire ebibuuzo biweddeyo.
Ekibuuzo kiikino wano. Neyanziza nnyo bannange abakubiriza baffe. Ekibuuzo kyange si kibuuza saaki naye kusoomooza, kubanga abakyala babadde boogera, omukyala Goreti, omulala simujjukira linnya, nga boogera ku briquette. Bagambye nti tukola ku nfumba ennongooseemu. Kati briquette nga bagamba bazikola mu ki? Mu lusenyente, ne bagattamu akawunga ka mwogo. Olusenyente olwo luva mu manda, amanda gava mu kusala miti. Kati olwo tuddayo ate gye tuva nti obutonde tukola ki? Tubwonoona. Kati abantu baffe aba Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, ebitongole nga CREEK, ebitongole by'endaba UECC, tebalina ngeri gye bayinza kuyiiya magezi agakola ebintu ebifumba ennongooseemu, ebirongooseemu ng'era tetuze mu kusala miti. Tebasobola kukola briquette ezo nga bazikola mu kintu ekirala ekitali mu kusala miti. Ekyokubiri, nyinza okuba nga simanyi naye ojja kumpa obutangaavu. Ekyokubiri, njagadde nnyo omukyala kyayogeddeko ekyokufumbisa EPC. Nange EPC nagigula njirina. Naye kaakati wano tuli kwogera ku ekintu okuba nti tutabaganya abantu bonna abalina n'abatalina. Kati EPC ekozesa amasannyalaze. Ebitundu ebimu mu Uganda tebinafuna amasannyalaze. Amasannyalaze bwe gavaako, nange bwe gavaako ewange mba sisobola gikozesa. Era oba olina okudda ate onoonya ekyokukozesa. Tewali ngeri yonna gye bayinza kukola EPC nga tekozesa amasannyalaze. Oba oli awo ng'osobola ogituuza ku kapano ka sola n'efumba nti n'omuntu ow'omukyalo osobola ogimugulira ng'olina obusobozi n'ogiweereza maama wo mu kyalo n'agiteeka ku sola pano n'afumba emmere. Naye nga takozeseza amasannyalaze, kuba amasannyalaze tegalina waffe ekamuli mu byalo. Ekyo mbadde njagala abakola EPC ezo nabo mbasoomooze oba basobola okuyiyayo ku magezi amalala. Naye tweyanziza nnyo bannyabo, tweyanzegge, tulina bingi bye tuyize.
Mpozi ku kibuuzo kyagezezzaako okugamba ekya concerning briquettes, amanda gano amalongooseemu. Otunulira our economy, otunulira 90% bakozesa nku na lusenyente. So this 10% eri mu clean energy oba alternative fuels. So that mu briquette muno at least we contribute a percentage. So they falling in waste management. In waste management, at least there is a percentage ebeera yeetoddeko, to deforestation and then environment degradation. So there is that 10%. And you find that there is lack of awareness. There is lack of awareness. So people, they don't know. I was in Karamoja when you mentioned of briquette. People have never heard it. And we are in Uganda. And most of you, so you keep on buying charcoal. You keep on throwing so that you can get something out of it. You can get something out of it. So I'm looking at that percentage. If
tweyanzizza olw'obudde obutono katukomaawo kubanga waliwo abalala abajja okolera muno, so neyanzizza olw'omukisa lwe mutuwadde okutunnyonnyola ebintu eby'enjawulo. Mwebale abaagala okweyongera mu maaso okumanya okuyiga ku bino ebintu bye tusomye wano, musobola okubatuukirira ne bababuulira ebirala eyo nga tufulumye. Mwebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala okutuwuliriza.
Our media team of group photo. Outside, eh? Okay. Tweyanze nnyo tweyanzeege. Mukyala Nabanova ne team yo. Mbakubireko engalo nga bwe bakkirira. Tosobola kikkiriza nti omukyalo alina emyaka 8 abamuko mmwe. Mujjumbire okukola, mujjumbire ebintu nga bino, musobole okubeera nga munyirira ng'oyo bwe munaatuukira 8 nga bagamba maama. All right, we do have 26 minutes to the top of the hour. I would like to let you know that we do have our dignitaries that are already in the house joining us. We expect to be having the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, Honorable Ruth Nankabira. We do have the Permanent Secretary, and that is Engineer Irene Batebe. She is also within the vicinity. We do have dignitaries from different partners, Total Energies, EP Uganda. We do have the British High Commission, and we also do have the European Union and the German government. All of them are downstairs, and they are having a guided tour of the exhibitions within the tent that is right outside the building. But that doesn't stop us from going on with our final panel discussion in the room. And so the final discussion for today in Speak Ballroom is going to be regarding the role of science, technology, and indigenous knowledge in just energy transition. Of course, energy transition has been the embedment of the conversations that we have been having over the course of the last 2 days, and day 3 is going to be in regards to the same. So we're going to be having academia experts in research that are going to be speaking to us in this regard. So without further ado, I'm going to be the moderator of this panel. We are going to be having our panelists who I believe are in the room, and so allow me to invite to the podium Dr. Miria Agunyo. Dr. Miria Agunyo. Okay. We do have Dr. Ruth Athaire from MUBS. Let's also invite Dr. Sarah Namirembe, Executive Director, Step Up Standard Limited. I would ask also to invite Professor Elizabeth Baliejusa, Directorate of Research, Partnerships and Innovation with UCU, Uganda Christian University. And then Dr. Maxwell Otim. Dr. Maxwell Otim, in case He was still on his way when we last talked. Okay, he'll be joining us, but he's a board member with the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology. All right. Good morning to you, ladies. Thank you so much for joining us. The microphone in front of you has a button. You'll be able to press it, and then as we engage in the discussions to come. All right, so we would like to have your full introductions within the capacity for which you sit at the platform this morning, and we would also like to know more about the research that you're engaged in or innovations that you're engaged in currently. I'll start with my extreme left, immediate left.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Elizabeth Kizito. Elizabeth Balyajusa Kizito. I'm the Director for Research, Partnerships and Innovations at Uganda Christian University. By way of background, my research has a lot to do with building resilience in communities, especially to climate change. Thank you. In the areas of crop improvement, but administratively, I take charge of overseeing the research at the university, ensuring that it is directed to answering matters of national importance. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Elizabeth. Next to the doctor.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Namirembe. I am the Executive Director for Step Up Standard Limited. I conduct research mainly in agroecology, but I also work very closely with young people. I like working with young people because I believe they have a lot to offer in everything that we are doing. So I mentor young people in research, but I also mentor them in contributing to environmental sustainability. And I mentor them through attachments to various institutions. So I work closely with universities and with various other institutions that can host or are training young people so that we can build them up together and that they are integral in all these discussions and communications that we have so that they start from wherever they are to be part of the development process of Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sarah. Next to Dr. Sarah.
My name is Ruth Ataire. I'm sitting in for our principal, Professor Moses Mwezi, Makerere University Business School. I act as a head of Department, Energy Science and Technology. In conjunction with the Department of Economics, we are in capacity building. We have a master's in energy economics and governance, and then a PhD in energy economics and governance. We have a resource center, energy modeling resource center, where we always have annual boot camps from the staff themselves, the students, and then people from the energy sector. Our students are researching in critical and priority areas by the ministry in energy efficiency and conservation, productive use of energy, e-mobility, biomass, etc. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ruth Ataire. And our final panelist for introductions.
Thank you. My name is Miria Agunyo. I am the project manager for the Nama Biogas project at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. The Nama Biogas project focuses on production of biogas from waste streams in the cities, urban authorities, and using that biogas for generation of electricity, which we can be able to feed into the grid. In terms of research, I've been working very strongly with a number of entities on biogas, working with some of the actors in the biogas subsector, particularly in the construction, but also looking at aspects of cleaning of biogas. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Miria. Now, my first question is going to our doctor from MUBS and our professor from UCU. We want to find out what is the current state of energy education and capacity building from the institution level. Let me start with Professor Kizito.
I need clarity. Are you talking generally as a country or?
No, we're talking from the capacity of your institution that you're representing.
Oh,
yes.
Thank you so much. We have, I must say, a strong faculty of engineering, technology and design. And one of its strengths is in renewable energy and specifically looking at different innovations and technologies in how we can harness biogas for small scale usage. We have different people who are also innovating in briquettes, who are innovating in solar technologies as well, working with different communities to see how, especially those who are off-grid, how they can be integrated, how we can build systems for them to have mini-grid in their communities. I think we have extensive research that is more or less multidisciplinary, cutting across the social sciences, to the hardcore engineering sciences in terms of renewable energy. We have different courses as right from bachelor's to even master's in renewable energy, water and sanitation, and PhD in the pipeline as well. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
We also have a course, a multidisciplinary course with business that cuts across how renewable energies can be made, how business can be made out of it, really. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Kizito. Dr. Ruth Athaire, when it comes to MUBS.
Thank you so much. MUBS as a center of excellence and mandated by Makerere University to do management and business courses. Our management found it viable to start programs in energy governance, in energy management. So far, we have a master's. This is the the fourth year. Some students have graduated and have done well. And then PhD, this is the fourth cohort. We started with the first cohort. On some of our products, I can mention them. We have Dr. Senono Fred, who is a planner with WUBOS. And the good news is that because he has done energy economics, has now incorporated questions on energy management in the incoming census. And then we have Dr. Alakit Suvia, who did good work on solar PV, and still because of that, she has now even become a consultant when it comes to that area. Then Dr. Wabukala Bernard, who recently defended in electricity dynamics, and he has developed models that can, I'm very sure, can help the regulatory authority. Then Dr. Mutumba Abi, who has looked at energy consumption, dividing into renewables and non-renewables to see how they contribute to the GDP of Uganda. As MUBS, we are proud, and our program, Bachelor of Energy Economics and Bachelor of Sustainable Energy Management, and a postgraduate in waste management are in the pipeline. So this procedure, Makerere University, then National Council. Otherwise, we are so happy to be here and speak out this. We have a stall for more information. You can go there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Speaking of stalls, if you do have a stall from the exhibition area, you're requested to go down to attend your stall if there's no one attending to eat, because we're going to be having a guided tour of dignitaries to the exhibition area. So please manage that.
Sorry, in relation to that, we are in awareness, annual energy symposium, where we collaborate with the hands-on people. Craig, they come to This year they came to MOOPS, showed technologies. Oh, the business people appreciate it. Also, UNAC came and showed the different technologies. MOOPS, we don't look at only the technical, we look at also the energy communication. How do we communicate when it comes to energy? How do we negotiate? What are the governance and the regulatory frameworks? Thank you so much.
Okay, all right. Dr. Sarah Namirembe, you're holding something interesting in your hand. What could that be?
Thank you very much. I really wonder at nature. I'm from forestry in my background. And I find nature amazing how it's kind of extravagant. A flower like this, I didn't pick it actually, it had dropped off. I usually don't break it off the plant. But it's still very fresh and it's been aborted. Okay, but we could just trample on it on the ground and forget it since nature has left it, or we could utilize it. So I'm holding it here so we can enjoy its beauty. But the whole reason I'm holding it is because there's lots of young people that we think actually society has aborted. And I really believe that if we work with young people, we can get the boost that we need. We should not just leave them behind. I used to be a lecturer in my older life, a younger life in Makerere University. But then part of the things that were frustrating me was the disconnect between university system at that time and the community around it. So the motivation for technology, I was in forestry, so I'm speaking from a forestry perspective, not energy. The motivation for a lecturer was you publish many papers in a journal and then you get promoted. How much of community work or how much of community connection that you do, that is not considered in the motivation system. I don't know if it is now for the people who are in universities. But I think the two can be connected. And actually, even if you wanted to write papers, we can even write papers about how, investigate how the community is getting, their technologies or the knowledge is getting adopted. We can even do co-creation of energy, of knowledge and co-creation of technology. We shouldn't wait to get it all ready and then get it transferred. So the work that I do right now really aims at that co-creation, working with the people in, the ones that we might call users, to be part of the knowledge production or the technology production, so that we get their concerns about what's the issue with this technology. Sometimes, technically, the technology works, but socially and culturally, it might fail to take off. So really working together saves a lot of time and brings a lot of hands that we probably could just have trampled, like we could have trampled this flower, brings in a lot of hands for us to be able to save time and also work at a greater scale than we would have if we had perfected it in a lab and then tried to sell it. Yeah, that's why I'm holding this.
All right. If Dr. Sarah was here yesterday, she should have been very, very impressed because you've talked about the cultural leaders and other, members of the ecosystem, and they were dismayed by the fact that they're not being directly engaged in these conversations and deliberations to work together to harness what we want to see as clean energy for all. And so on that note, when it comes to connecting clean energy initiatives, Dr. Sarah, you talk about the ecosystem. When it comes to the ecological embracement of what we are talking about here, how do we use the research, the things that are already there, extend them to benefit the community, but also in line with the environment and, of course, the other global conversations that you do know?
Thank you very much. I really think, there's two kinds of technology, and in many ways, when I came, I had this imposter what do they call it, imposter syndrome? Is that what they call it? Yeah. I felt, because I'm not really originally from energy background, but then I kept telling myself, no, you have a right to be here. So let me speak, and if you don't like it, kick me out. So the issue is that when we are talking these issues, for example, in aspects of energy, we have the knowledge in one place, then we have the users all talking about, oh, we are using biomass and we're doing this, and a lot of the use, there has been a lot of complaint about, oh, we are producing more electrical energy that is getting consumed. And then a lot of the discussion has been mainly about more production and more production. There has been a bit of discussion also about working on the demand. Now, I come from the demand side, so maybe that's the ticket why I'm here. But the demand, these traditional institutions are people who know their people. So the technology or the knowledge that I could attribute to them most is that they know how it works with the people or with the users, which is the big challenge with the knowledge that we already have and the technologies that we already have that we face from the research side. If we work with these people, let me just give a scenario of a particular of Buganda. Right now they initiated this Masaza football, and it's caught on. Everybody is paying attention. And a lot of football talent is being identified through that. Yeah. So what if the Katikiro woke up and said, let's this year find out which clan mostly uses, mechanizes its household activities or chores. Which clan is using washing machines, which clan is vacuuming instead of sweeping, which clan is using, that kind of thing, so that we are developing the energy use and then beginning the conversations of why are people failing to use these things. Because if one clan beats the other clan will be asking itself, what are we doing wrong or what don't we have? Many of these technologies are sometimes not getting adopted. We talk about cost, but it's probably not the cost of the technology, but the cost of the house. Some of these things can't even fit in the houses that most of us live in.
Okay.
So when those conversations are started with the users, and we can get those conversations through these traditional institutions, then we can be able to start now, fitting the things that we already have to the situations or contexts where we want it to be applied, and we get that energy consumed, and then we start now talking about how do we make it more efficient and all that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Dr. Agunyo, I would like you to respond to knowledge in one place and the user being in another place. We do have Kawanda Research Center, and there's a lot of knowledge, a lot of research, and a lot of investment that is going in that place. But you don't see those then being trickled into the communities around, the Ugandans generally, and yet we are producing such good research and results, and perhaps it requires funding, but it's also possible, and it's there, it can be tapped into. So, but the research institute is in one place, the users are in another place. In conferences like these, you do have the policymakers in one room and the end users in another room. With NAMA and your expertise in NAMA as a project manager, how do we merge that?
Thank you for that question. I'll try my best to answer it. I think there is need for research institutions and centers to identify the modus of disseminating the research. Yes, traditionally we've been used to disseminating this research through papers, published papers, books. You get accolades for that, you become a doctor, you go on to become a professor. But the person down there may not really know your research. From the angle of NAMA biogas, what we have seen is that everyone is talking about managing waste. At least the ordinary Ugandan knows that I have to sweep, I have to clean, I have to do this to manage my own waste. But beyond that, one of the things that has come out has been, you're telling me to manage, where do I put it next? So the aspect of the utensils to put it. And then the next thing is, you've told me to sort this waste. After sorting it, where does it go? And then someone is saying, okay, I can give it to a farmer, I can do this and probably use it for production of biogas, and they're like, then someone says, you're talking of biogas. What is biogas? And this is a young child, this is a pupil, this is a student, and we've had stakeholders along the chain. So for us, it became important for us to rethink how we will disseminate the information. One of the things we've done is identify champions. So we identified in communities who are the standout people here. Some of our champions are just women who are saying, we've been playing around with this waste. We are making briquettes from this waste and doing ABCD. So we picked these champions. We asked them, what is lacking? What do you need from us? And they said, we need a platform to speak about this. Give us simple tools to practice and demonstrate this to the communities. And then they would go with these, and then they became our champions. They became the guys who were talking about all this different research here and there. And it was easier for the ordinary man to listen to what the lady is saying vis-a-vis what I would be saying. When they say Dr. Agunyo, they say, now what is she going to say? It's all high up there and it's not coming down. I give a case of Mbara. Mbara is one of the cities we are working with, and they've done a number of things that are quite interesting. We work with 5 cities, Kampala, Masaka, Jinja, Mbara, and Mbale. Each of them is very unique in their way, but Mbara stands out for certain things. For instance, they decided to work on what they call the waste bunkers. So there's the challenge of plastic waste. Everyone is throwing plastic, and then there's mixing of waste. So they said, for us, when we dump waste around, we see the plastic flying here and there. What do we want to do with this? So they created a scenario where they're saying, can we dig into the ground, put some waste material there? So they're using waste from one of the milk factories and building a bunker there, and then covering it with a metal area, a metal plate. And on that metal plate, there is a division and a plastic pipe that allows you to push plastic bottles or plastic cavera in one side. And they took this and demonstrated it to schools, to a private school, a primary private school. And they taught the students, please separate your waste. And these pupils learned how to do it. And they're doing it themselves. So when we went there, we asked them, so what have you learned? And they're telling us, I know that when I squeeze this plastic waste and put it there, we shall collect it after some time, and we can take it and use this plastic waste for something else. And now these children were now walking in the center and telling the boda men, stop throwing plastic there. Give us your plastic. Let us take it to our waste bunker, And then the next thing came. After doing all this, what next? We said, how do we motivate these children? And then they said, for us, first of all, give us paint. We want to paint our bunker so that we know what is what. So we gave them paint, and they painted their bunker. The next thing they said is, since we have built this bunker, we want something that motivates us to keep doing this and teaching our other colleagues. So we engaged with Leto Milk and said, hey, how can you help? Because you're generating the plastic waste from your yogurt and all. And Leto said, provided they collect all these things, at the end of the month, when we take out the waste, we are going to do an audit to see how many plastic things from Leto are coming. And then instead of giving them money, we shall give them milk to put in their porridge. Now the kids were excited. So every time we would appear, they're like, we know we have milk, and we are going to give you plastic waste. And we thought about this and said, how did we miss this? But how do you reach out to communities like that if you're going to stay at the center? If you're going to stay at the point and say, you need energy. There has got to be a way in which you identify each of your stakeholders and see what speaks to them, so that you can link the research and the practicability of these initiatives down on ground. So for me, I think it would be champions and identifying incentives that can work.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Agunyo. Now turning to one of the research institutions that we have here, Professor Kizito. One of the issues that comes out of dissemination in research, one is the context and the language of it. The other issue is access to this research. Yes, we have the hubs, we have the centers within the communities, but when it comes to access, it feels like they have to then hire or employ people, professors or doctors who understand the research to access it in the first place, and then later on to break down the language of research to be able to then benefit the communities. What do you say to that?
Thank you very much. As a university, one thing we stand for is holistic training. And in this, we don't look at only the academics. You need to be able to learn how to communicate. You need to be able to mind about your environment. You need to be able, and all of these are integrated in the curriculum. And part of the things that is also integrated in our curricula, in each of our different curricula, whether you're talking agriculture, engineering, humanities, education, we have an aspect of community engagement where at least once a week, for a given number of hours, the students move out, interact with community, and that is where you get to realize the needs that are in the community and speak to them, see how you can answer them, or if you have some solutions, you're able to interact with the people in the community and share with them. They always say charity begins at home. So it starts from your immediate neighborhood, and then you can go using other fora. All this also comes with, it needs to be very intentional. So on a broader scale, where research is concerned, it's no longer enough to just say, I'll do this research as me, Elizabeth. We no longer can do research in silos. Now research is done in a multidisciplinary approach. It's done in a multi-stakeholder approach because we recognize that not everybody has all the strengths. I may be very good at innovating a technology, and my neighbor Sarah here is better with engaging with community, and she is the person on the ground. And so in that sense, when you engage with other stakeholders as you do research, your research is able to reach faster or better, or it is able to be translated better into the community when you're working with other stakeholders, leveraging on their strengths and complementing one another. One thing I also wanted to add to this is that research is not a very cheap venture, and especially sciences. And when you're talking innovation, it takes quite a lot of money. So maybe this is something that funders need to have in mind, because sometimes the focus can be overly on one side, innovation, and not much is afforded to the translation or dissemination, or it is too much on this other side and there is no innovation. Yet all of these are very well needed. So from the very start, there's need to plan well. Who are the stakeholders that you must work with as an institution, private, public, that you know will be able to get your information down to the ground. What approaches are you going to use as you do research? These days, especially from the background I'm coming from, we do a lot of participatory research. We co-create with the farmers or the end users, because at the end of the day, you need them to adopt a technology. But if they've never tested it, if they haven't seen it, if they haven't compared it with what they know, how will they use it? So the different approaches that are to be used must be very well taken care of in that sense. And I think that is one of the I would say, strengths that we have as a university. Even we have an innovation fund where we require researchers as well as much as they are innovating in technologies, and you may go down and look at our stalls, the different energy solutions that UCU is innovating in, we require them as well to tell us how they are involving other stakeholders, how are they getting to the people on the ground, and these are the things that we hope in the end will benefit. But as well, you know, sometimes you may focus on the end user and the policymaker has no idea what you're doing. And then they may make contradictory policies, you know. So there's a holistic approach that needs to be taken, even as we design our research, to be sure that the policymakers get the point, because policy is informed by empirical research. But then as well, the users, who will always back you up, can attest to the usability of your innovations. I think that's what I would have to say in terms of context, language, and access to information.
Your last point has triggered my mind to remember how government and parliament called on to you professors from Makerere University to speak into the anti-homosexuality bill. And this one goes to you, Dr. Athaire, as I give you a follow-up question after your response to this. In terms of engagements on government side, on ministerial side, when you do have some research that you have done, being presented to them for utilization or consumption or support of funding, what has that relationship been like?
I'm happy the director of research is around, Professor Aurora. Yes, Makerere was called on homosexuality, but when we are researching, they are what we call research topics that are sensitive. So when you're from academia, because we are I don't know how to call it. Let me see how I'll get the word as I go on. But those are areas which are sensitive. So as academia, you have to remain neutral. That's why I may not say much about it. Otherwise, with other things, climate change, environment, with academia, we are in.
Okay. When it comes to packaging of research, the knowledge being broken down to be usable, especially now for MOOCs that has the business element to it, she has brought out something that you can have the research, but then the research doesn't speak into the innovation, or you can have the innovation, but there's no research to then complement the innovation, and then the implementation and the utilization thereof of this, and all this coupled with funding. How is research? How do we marry research to be consumed and utilized by the other ECO members, for example, the business community, to then be able to support perhaps the innovations and the community implementations?
First of all, thank you so much for the question. We appreciate the role of every person. I'm reading about collaboration and partnerships because it is key. And I got a term called triple helix model. A triple helix model is where government, academia, and the industry players play together. And media is key. So unless we appreciate each other's role, we may go into the ministry's role. We may go into the industry player's role. So as a university, our mandate is research. If Ministry of Energy says we are doing modern or scale up of clean cooking, as academia, you should come in to see the impact assessment of that project, the end-line survey. If you realize, yes, maybe few people are taking on the technology, there again, through research and development, look at the industry players and find out why. Is it because of the distribution networks? Maybe they don't reach their people, or is it because people adopt but they don't use? I bought an EPC from Dr. Abo, but unless I use it me myself at home, my maids don't use it. They fear, so there are still those safety issues, fear issues. So we need to work together. I will not run and say, I have to test the machine, that is Susan's work, but I can research, I can sensitize. When I did my research on triple helix, I realized that European countries, they appreciate the role of universities. They believe that it is a hub for knowledge as a basis. So they use their students as ambassadors to go to different communities, to engage with industrial players. And they deal with what they call industrial PhDs, where students are from the industry. So they come with a problem itself to solve. So I'm thinking if we adopt that, and then the triple helix matrix, and we work with each other, and we collaborate, not thinking that if I call Sarah, Sarah is going to think, oh, Ruth is going to take on my thing. No. Collaboration, remove the confusion. I'm very sure we shall reach far. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Ruth. And now to Dr. Sarah. We want to get some recommendations from you on how best we can explore connectivity and innovations to accelerate energy-inclusive interventions.
Why do you give me the hard ones? Okay, I think, you know, there are various ways we can do it, and maybe I start building on to what Ruth has ended with. This, you know, just working through that thin line of how do I maintain my strength but still work with other people. Because many times, like recently, because I do various things, and I'm in consultancy where we give grants to various researchers in universities, and not as step up, but in my consultancy work. So in that, we were about to fund a student to do work that was integrative. And then we had issues with the university saying, oh, but that doesn't fit within the agronomy department's role, you know? So there is always that tension of trying to figure out where things fit. But I think really we need to sit back and reflect. If this is going to work, then let's find out how to make it work. So we are the ones who set the rules. Of course, the rules should govern us, but where we need to bend them a little to get things to work, we need to sit and discuss it. So one of the other ways I could talk about to get that connectivity is to get, because I'm working with young people, so I'll continue repeating this, is that we've got a lot of grown-up people, my age, I call myself one of the elderly, really too busy. Like we get extremely busy. And there's young people who are needing to get busy and failing to get any work. So there's a grown-up person who doesn't even have time to read. Like a lot of us are given highly technical assignments and hard questions like she's giving me, and we just can't find the background, can't get the time to get the background reading in place before we can respond to these kinds of things. But if a grown-up person, I'm really, advertising this to everyone. If a grown-up person, if you find that you're too busy, get a bubble of 1 or 2 young persons to help you read up on the things that you need. This is going to be extremely important because for the young person, they're getting introduced to the knowledge out there on this issue, and they might actually catch on and enjoy it and be part of the champions that we've been talking about. You pay them something, so at least they get something for their pocket, but they're also being mentored by you, and it's easing your weight a lot. We've got lots of decision makers that are, hopping from one plane to another, because even before you sit on your desk, the permanent secretary has sent you to another country. And then before you've gotten your breath back, you're being sent to another country. And in all of those countries, you're sitting on a panel like this, being asked difficult questions like these ones, and you haven't prepared. But if you had a group of young people at home, you just phone them up and say, hey, read these papers for me, do this, make a brief for me, I want it on my desk by 8 o'clock, they'll send it, and they'll be very happy to do that for you. And you will be very well grounded in what you're saying. Now, the other thing of connectivity that I also want to raise is I am working with young people again who are graduates, and if those, some of them I think I really pushed so that they get invited, so some of them are probably in this room. Please, young people, I'm talking about you, and I'm not saying this negatively, and I'm not trying to put you down. But these young people, when they came for this class, they are graduates of petroleum and energy degrees. Some of them are masters, some of them are bachelors. And with the awareness that we are going to transition to renewable energy, they might get stranded. So we are working with them as Step Up to get them to reorient themselves and market themselves professionally. Now, when they came to Step Up and we said, okay, are you guys aware of Sustainable Development Goals? And this is really where the connection, I would like the connection to happen. The education systems, like when you're being taught the technicalities of geoscience, of petroleum and geoscience, and you're not being taught about the environment or context within which it's going to be operating. So maybe if the lecturer themselves are in that technicality, then they become my friend and other people's friends and invite us to come and do, you know, talk about the SDGs and the context so that the people get a balanced view. But these guys did not know about Sustainable Development Goals, they did not know about Vision 2040, they did not know about NDP3, they did not know about the policy of energy and mineral development within which that course is going to be operating. So I think part of the teaching and the connections that we need is just going to, we need these discussions are really important for us to start thinking of, I really liked Dr. Agunyo's thing of asking what next, what next? Because every time we sit and deal with these very, very tough questions of, okay, we've tried this, now what next? We need to keep doing that with each other. Thank you.
All right, so that's the second panelist making mention of a partnership. We did have Dr. Ruth who talked about the triple effect there of government, academia, and industry, and now she's talked about the eco-partnership of what we're trying to innovate and create or co-create for that matter in line with the consumers and the end users, and also in the middle line there that has to be considered. Now, she's talked about youth. Please note we're going to be having a youth dialogue on energy transition right after these ladies. And so, Mr. Edwin Muhomuzi, I hope you've taken note of that as you'll be chairing that panel. Coming to partnerships, Professor Chizito, in regards to inquiring into how academic institutions can actually be successful in developing partnerships when it comes to research.
Thank you. You can only build a partnership with a person who will be relevant or to whom you will be relevant. There needs to be mutual interest. There needs to be, mutual interest. I mean, let me draw from the Bible, which says that can two walk together unless they are agreed. Mm-hmm. So each institution needs to be able to identify what it really needs.
Okay, let me narrow it down. Let's focus on energy research.
Partnerships in energy research.
Yes.
That's still what I'm driving at. Mm-hmm. So each institution needs to be able to have a good retrospective look into where its strengths are. Essentially do a SWOT analysis. See where your strengths are, where are your weaknesses, the opportunities, and then the threats. And then you're able then to scan your environment, do a stakeholder analysis. Who are the key players that you need to therefore approach? Some of these things usually start in fora such as this. Meet and greet, then continue a discussion. And eventually, what began as a simple conversation can turn out into a research opportunity. Sometimes, or many times, people do advertise what they're doing. Sarah has advertised, she has research funds, so I must talk to her after here. But, you know, there are calls for proposals, for example. as research institutions, universities, that we do get to see, and in there they spell the type of partnerships that you need to bring on board, and therefore, still it's all about doing your analysis of your environment. And this is where I would like to applaud this initiative of the Energy Week, where I've been impressed by the breadth of stakeholders that have been involved here. So there's no way you can say, oh, well, I needed to meet somebody from a cultural institution, and you didn't meet them, really, at this forum?
Yeah.
Or policymakers, local government, academia, students, it has brought together such a breadth of stakeholders. So one of the places that we build partnerships for research is in places such as this, and what begins as a simple conversation may graduate into a research opportunity. I think that's what I would have to say, how we can build partnerships. But beyond that, sometimes there are different platforms, energy platforms, for example. Some are national, some are regional, and some are even international. Those are also bigger opportunities where you're able to, if you align with the interests that they are about, you're able to tap into the different partnerships that you can build with them. As a university, we subscribe to different platforms where we're able to interact with researchers in energy, locally, regionally, in terms of Africa, but also internationally. So sometimes when they have opportunities for research and they're looking for partners, they may spell out and say, oh, we're looking for a partner, academia, and they specify. And if you know that you meet the criteria, you're able to subscribe. So looking out for such opportunities, you're able to link with people that you have, with whom you have a mutual interest in the area of energy. I also think that you need to move out to meet the partners that would be of great relevance for you, or to call. Yeah, really, it's a stakeholder analysis, and eventually linking up with the relevant people.
All right.
Yeah,
thank you so much, Professor Chizito. Dr. Athaire, when it comes to research, students are equipped, they've done the research, they've graduated, but the competence level, how do we measure up the competence level of those that then come out of the system and are industry ready, especially for the energy industry?
Thank you so much. That's where now the Global North should come in. They already have the capacity. What MOOBS did, let me use MOOBS as an example. It's an NORAD project. We have lecturers from Norway, from Nigeria, to teach our students. But one of the conditions the principal and the director research research graduate center says is, make sure you're two, the local one and you, we always have Professor Baglad, he's good at modeling, but he has trained people. Our own is Dr. Senyonga, Dr. Abukala for sustainability. We don't allow somebody to come because they are getting the money through and then they just go. So that's why we call the Global North, who are somehow developed in capacity to come and help us. We may not beg for the money. Give us the capacity, then we shall continue. And secondly, I will echo exactly what Sarah was saying about the youth. The youth, you have to help us.
Smart 24, driving business.
I'm a manager of Manyakabi Area Cooperative Enterprise. It was formulated way back in 2004. We are mainly in 3 enterprises: maize, beans, and soybean. We do cleaning, sorting, grading, and packing, and we sell them as grains. But for maize grains, we add value, we mill, sell it as maize flour and animal bran. Staff who are in administration, the number did not increase. But in the sales department, the number increased. In the milling team, now we have 3 shifts. So in the milling team, it increased from 6 to 18. In the animal brand, there used to be 2, now there are 10. Total number of staff increased to 28 if you include all the staff. Usually in the mornings, there are many youth here who are doing loading and offloading trucks. Our working relationship with UDB is very good. We applied for 300 million, which was approved, and they gave it to us in early 2020, around March. It was a 7-month loan period, and we successfully paid it. And after paying it, within 2 weeks, we got our second loan of 300 million. So that one, it helped us so much. Even in other banks, I think they cannot make a record of giving another loan in a period of 2 weeks. They were distributing food in Kampala. We were able to supply. The prices went up, farmers were happy that the production volumes increased. The sales increased of maize flour. Even it stimulated even our own farmers to put more effort to increase the volumes of maize grains because there was a market. And this, because we were milling, it brought more higher tons profit to both the farmers and the ACE. Those who used to harvest 3 to 2 bags in the same area, now they are harvesting 8 bags.
Ruri nari nima ekemu njamu kilo 10 ezikora 5 emu. Chokana nejoininga amanyakabi cooperative nebanyamba nebanyigiriza okulima bulungi nenima ekemu njamu kilo 10. Sente zenajja mu nimiro zange mu byali nima nsomese abaana bange nenzimba enyumba.
On a year basis, we are producing 150 metric tons of what? Of maize flour. But now we are producing between 200 and 250 metric tons per month. So you can see we are dealing in large volumes of grains. We have increased from 324 million to over 1 billion. UDB funds has helped us to remain resilient and also to compete favorably with other big players in our business sector.
Uganda Development Bank, inspiring development.
Cooking oil like no other makes your meal so sweet and scrumptious. The taste of Uganda, yeah, the taste of Uganda, the taste of Uganda.
era tutuukanga olw'omuntu nti ni gasita ndala mukaaga itaano sita isatu ash onige yes
nga bakubuuza
nga bamubuuza machantikodi nga tumukoba ataamu nsanvu emirundi esatu olumalirizawo ng'ataamu esente dali kuwayo kumbaga ya mwenemu saawa yeneyo nga kyabazinga amwebaza nga tweyongere kayi tujja mu kyalo ekindi
ekikoba embaga olunawa luti nga mwira
tulijja kumala kayi tweyongere emyezi mukaaga nga tukasomesa abantu momope
baba embaga ya mwenemu eriyo nga 18 kayi emyezi omukaaga gy'oli kwongeramu
oidine bya momope abantu yembite yona bandeta momo ono ne bibali kumpaka ne bya momope abidi kyama kupikipiki ojo bisomesa
muleke musoniwe tyamaja
baba tuuka bulungi
simbula embalasi asumuludde
momo nyabo.
Pay or shop with MTN Momo and get cash back every week. It's free of charge. Use the Momo app or dial *165*3#.
The United Arab Emirates has indeed been actively championing its efforts towards a clean energy transition with ambitious goals aimed at producing 100% green energy by 2050. Here are some of the key points highlighting the UAE's commitment to clean energy. The UAE has made significant investments in solar energy infrastructure and has emerged as a global leader in this field. It boasts 3 of the world's largest solar installations, including Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Solar Park in Dubai, which is the largest single-site solar.
Smart 24, driving business.
If you go back to most of these European countries, they will take you back to some of their old libraries, some of their old books. They are preserving old buildings.
Archives.
They are doing it. And you ask them, why are you doing it? They're like, we want to preserve what we initially damaged. And then we are actually going there and touring these as museums. I think we need to replicate that. We need to do it.
All right, before I have my panel giving their closing remarks, are there any reactions from the audience? Some questions? Is that a hand? Okay, sound team, can you help me take a microphone to that gentleman? Is there another question from this side of the room or a comment? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Mine is a comment. I'm Fiona Chalikonda. I'm a graduate of Petroleum Geosciences. And thank you, panelists, for your beautiful submissions. Dr. Sarah is holding a flower. I think for some of you that were here, she explained where she got the flower. And I'm glad to tell you that I'm one of those beautiful flowers that she's holding. I'm one of those people she held, and is really very beneficial. She also talked about adults that have so much work to do, and sometimes they are so overwhelmed. And there are so many young people out there that are so skilled and have these services that they can offer to them. So I urge all those adults to kindly reach out to us, and in case of any service, I'm very available and skilled like that beautiful flower. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. I do have a question front, Aaron. Okay. Is that a question? Okay.
Excuse me. My name is Janet Wangoi Kaga from Mubende.
Janet is defending herself to what she posts on her status.
Okay, so they say that they're looking for the youth who can spread the youth of the news of clean energy. I think that people here should really look into okay, find more, these organizations that are reaching out to some people. Because if all the organizations looking into energy can reach out to the youths, because some youth here, we are here because of Step Up and Creek. And we think that there are other organizations that can do the same thing that Creek and Step Up are doing. So if those organizations really come up to call upon some more youths to do the same thing that Creek and Step Up are doing, we can really spread this gospel into the upcoming generation faster. And if the ministry and the government find more of these organizations, they can really spread this gospel faster, so that by the time maybe some of us switch campus, we are skilled enough to do the renewable energy ourselves.
Thank you very much. Please note those down.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Jimmy, and my question goes to all the panelists. The issue is for 100% renewable energy transition that the world is taking forward right now. We have to know the three things, for example: the researcher, businessmen, government, and donors. Now, in this case, like for me, I'm a lab man. I'm doing my research in the laboratory. So, the question here is, under the speed of innovation, development for clean cooking, who should take the job of who? The researchers will take the job of the businessman, or the businessman takes the work of the researchers? So I would like you to really give me this key information about this, because right now, for example, if I'm in the lab, I've got my innovation, and I want to deliver it, what happens next? Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. That's for Dr. Ruth, I believe. Aaron, can you come to front of the house? There's a question here and a lady here, and those will be the final comments.
Thank you so much. My question is going to Dr. Agonyo. You mentioned you were talking about having champions in schools. And one of my questions is, what are your plans? Have you thought of reaching out or expanding this initiative that you began in that school? Two, what is your plan? Is there something, a way forward beyond that one particular school?
All right, thank you so much. Due to the next event, which is going to be the closing event, let me just give you 30 seconds each to close. Let me start with Professor. energy. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much. That was good energy to re-energize us. All right, panelists, let's have those closing remarks and then we can get headway with the next agenda. Let me start with Professor.
Thank you very much. This is a wonderful way to conclude.
Yeah.
My conclusion is that there's a role for every person in this energy discussion. I'll also try to answer the gentleman's question, where does the businessman, researcher, innovator, where do we merge? There's a role for every one of us, but the common thread that needs to put us together is the collaboration, because there's nobody who is a master of it all. So the researcher needs to be in touch with the end user, lest they develop an innovation which is not relevant for them. The researcher as well needs to be in touch with the businessman so that the businessman can know how to market what is innovative about this that they have come up with. And as well, they need to be able to talk. I think it all, a good point of it evolves around the researcher being able to network with the relevant stakeholders, with the donor, with the businessman, with the student, with the community. It's a discussion that I think evolves many times around the researcher. And so we need to be versatile in the way we reach out and make change for the better in terms of energy use.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Kizito. And then Dr. Namirembe.
Well, I thought we were saved by the drum, but back now. Okay. I think there are many ways that we can enhance renewable energy transition. And in this session, we've been talking about indigenous knowledge and, traditional institutions. And I think, really having the understanding of the users or the context is knowledge. And when traditional institutions have knowledge of the people, that's knowledge we need to build into the knowledge that we are building as we are developing the technologies. I think another thing I would like to say is when working with young people, there's many institutions here that are already functional. Universities already have an internship program. That is something that needs to be strengthened. At the moment, it's not working very well, but it's one of the ways that, again, renewable energy knowledge can be, transfer can be strengthened. Another one is co-creation. We've talked a lot, and that question was very strong on how do we do partnerships for co-creation, where one does not transition, a researcher doesn't become a businessman or whatever, but to be able to create knowledge together in all our entities, work as collaborators. I think that's something we need to create, and I'm very glad that people from the university are thinking through that. The Juakali sector is another one that we need to really engage in the things that we do. I don't know if they have a stall here, but those people who are doing, the Katwe people who are creating all these from probably an indigenous knowledge perspective or between indigenous and modern,
yes,
something
we do
in
have
between.
some in the exhibition hall.
So that's also something that we need to think through. Finally, I think we need to ask ourselves, why are we continuing to do so many things manually, and how are we going to encourage people to start transitioning to non-manual things? Because I think we are backward because we spend so much time doing something that the world knows how to do better and quicker.
Okay,
and we are not
so
getting
much,
to it. Yeah.
All right, we have 30 seconds and 30 seconds for the rest of you.
Thank you so much. 30 seconds.
Yes.
One, in relation to what he has said, he feels bad being in the lab, he does something, and he doesn't gain. So one, ministry, make research a consumable product for universities so that we also gain. Make research a consumable product. Two, let's appreciate each other's roles. If he's in the lab and somebody's writing a grant, let's see how to collaborate and he also gains. People-centered approaches should be really, I'll repeat this, make research a consumable product so that you also in the lab, you will gain.
Okay.
Then appreciate each other's contributions,
All right.
human-centered and culture-sensitive approaches in hand with modern technology. Thank you.
I'll speak to the power of the collective. The collective here being every player on the ground. There's nobody who is more important than the other. The researcher is not more important than the businessman or more important than the customer. Let's find a way of looking at the problems that the customer gets or that the researcher gets as opportunities. We need to change our mindset. Instead of looking at it as just knowledge, let's now say, what is the problem? What is the solution? How can we answer that? And then finally, let's look at every stakeholder as important and see how to package research innovation to the level of that stakeholder and involve them in that research. If you involve the children, they will give you a solution.
Yes.
If you involve the youth, they will give you a solution.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Miria. Ladies, thank you so much for your submissions. It's been very enlightful. They've been giving us a discourse in regards to research and education and how it can actually improve on the energy efforts with clean energy here in Uganda. And so now you've talked about the children and the youth. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the youth dialogue on energy transition and climate change. And that's going to be discussed by Mr. Edwin Muhomuza. I can have you exit.
So out with the old. Take a photo also. Okay.
We're going to take the photo from down. Yes, from the photo booth down. Do I have a cameraman in-house? No, they're all down. Okay. Mr. Muhomuza?
Okay, first of all, can we give her a very big applause? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm happy you led and moderated 100% women-led panel session, and I think we must applaud her for that, because this is really gender mainstreaming. And of course, looking at the audience, I was really surprised that how did she come up with the only 100% female panel, but maybe it was intentional, right? Women empowerment. So can we give that applause to the women empowerment? Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Edwin Muhomuza. I am the team leader and founder of Youth Go Green organization, the organization of young people in the country that are making interventions on issues related to climate change, sustainable development agenda, youth empowerment, and we are really very focused on two key things. One is, of course, on sustainable development goals, which of course includes all these issues that we are talking about today, but also we are specifically looking at addressing issues to do with climate change crisis. So Youth Go Green is right now getting to almost 2 million youth as members of the organization that are really very focused on addressing issues of environmental degradation, the climate crisis, but also looking at how do we sustain our natural resources. So on this note, before I call my panel, I just want to confirm one thing. Can I see all those who are below the age of 35? Just put up your hand if you're just below, but don't lie, I know most of you. And don't be shy, let's just see those who are below 35. Put up your hand properly. Even if you crossed last night, it's okay. We'll forgive you on that. Can I see this room? Very nice. Okay, this is 35 years. Okay, can I see those below 25? Below 25, don't lie. I know women, you may need to get into this category, but let's just see. Yeah? Can we see 25, including men? Okay, good, nice. Okay, can I then see those who are below the age of 20? Because I know 20. Okay, 20, below 20, I see that group. I see some people here. Do we have anybody below 14 years? You can imagine, look at her. My gracious Lord, you're below 14 years? The moderator here has been here 14 years. Oh my God, okay, yeah, we have 14 there, below 14. Okay, can you stand up? Can you stand up, please? Can we give him a very big applause? Now, we are big on inclusion of children and youth in all issues to do with development agenda. I think this is great. We thank that school. Which school is that? Can you come here, please? This is great. Can we clap for Mengo? This is good. We are talking about, we are leaving no one behind, including the young people. When you're talking of young people, we are talking about children. And this is really, really important. I must appreciate Mengo. Can you tell us your names, which class, and why you're here?
Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Rajdeep. I study in Mengo Senior School. I am also in Senior 1. So the reason I'm here that I found this really great. I was in school and in the notice board, I saw this notice about how Creek is trying to make an organization of how to use renewable energy. So it all started with an essay. So I filled in my essay, I sent it, then I got a questionnaire, and I also managed to fill it in. After that, it was, I think, on Thursday, I came here also. Here, I found many great topics about how to use renewable energy, how to reduce electricity. I went to different exhibitions down there, for example, nuclear power plants. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Now, this gentleman definitely will have, he has won a position for the panel here, so he'll be joining the panelists. So on that note, I want you to take the middle seat, okay? He has good information. So I have very beautiful young people here. He came first. Can we know you, your name? We must see you here. Can you stand here? Tell us your name, your school, and why are you here? And how old are you?
My name is Omar Ibrahim.
Paparazzi, are you getting this photo? Face the audience, face the audience, face the audience.
My name is Omar Ibrahim.
Okay, which class? Are you in school?
I am in primary 2N.
So why are you here? Okay, why are you here?
I am here to tell
a story. You have been a story? Okay. Do you want to say anything? Do you want to greet people?
Yes.
Do you cook at home?
No.
You don't cook at home. How do you eat food? Huh? Have you ever seen charcoal?
Yes.
Tell us about charcoal. What do you know about charcoal?
Nothing.
How about energy, electricity?
Okay.
Do you love lights?
Yes.
Can we give him an applause? Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You can come this side. Can we have this queen of ours today? Okay, tell us your name, which school, and how did you come here? We see this tag.
My name is Nyanyasimas Angelina, and I'm in primary 3 at Jordanston Kindergarten and Primary School.
How did you come here?
My dad was taking my sister here to learn about renewable energy, and I also decided to give it a visit.
Great. Nice. Thank you so much. So we must appreciate the parents who are encouraging the children to understand some of these sustainable initiatives. Thank you so much. So today you're going to join our Youth Go Green Climate Academy, okay? So we'll be mentoring you, we'll be coaching you, we'll be training you and building your capacity to be one of our ambassadors for sustainable and energy transition, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much. You can go. Tell us, I said below 14, right?
Yes.
Get this surprise,
My
Can you
name.
hold the microphone?
Okay.
Yes.
My name is Minduga Alma Jesse. I am a vacationist, but I was in Fairways Primary School, and I'm 12 years old.
Wow. Nice. So how did you come here? And why?
By car to learn about renewable energy.
Okay, can we hear him? Thank you so much. Okay, can you talk to us?
My name is Kimara Karis, and I'm from Shiloh International Christian School, and I'm in grade 5.
So what brings you here?
I wanted to learn about renewable energy.
So what have you learned? Anything you have learned? Okay.
I've learned about immobiles and others. Yes.
Nice. Great. Can you give him? Thank you so much. Your name, class, and what brings you here?
My name is Munduga Arn. I'm in Fairways Primary School, Chirika, and I'm in P3. And the reason why I came here is to learn about renewable energy. And what I learned is that cars that use fuel pollute the environment. While EV cars don't pollute the environment. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just give them a very big applause. These are our children. When we're talking about leave no one behind, this is what exactly we mean. And number two, if you don't involve young people, children, and you only come here, you invite the experts, you have the elders, you have those who know everything, in quotes. And then you don't give these young people this voice, this platform, then ask yourself, what is the future of this country and any other country for the next 50 years? Because these children you've seen here have the potential to keep here, by the way, for the next 50 years. Do we agree to that? These young people, these children you have seen, are here for the next 50 years and above. Is that true? So we must embrace and we must make sure that we bring everybody on board. On this note, I really want to appreciate the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development for this opportunity. Can we give them applause? It's very unfortunate they are not here to take these compliments. Rumors have it that probably they have some other sessions going on. But do you have anybody from the Ministry of Energy here? Oh my God. Do you have anyone? Don't be shy, even if you are managing the other front office, you are part of the agenda. Do we have anybody from the Ministry of Energy in this room? Okay. But whoever, I know that we have paparazzi there, kindly you will be able to take these compliments and appreciate the ministry for giving the young people an opportunity to speak. But when they come in, I know they have a minister, I've seen him around, the PS and almost the entire technical and political leadership of the ministry is here. I would definitely inform them. I'll come back to the microphone and tell them that we have children in here in the conference. Is that agreeable? Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to the business. Now, Youth Go Green is working closely with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and mainly to bring on board the young people, the youth and the children to be part of these processes. And last year and this year, we have been able to partner with the ministry to ensure that we promote and encourage the involvement and participation of the youth in energy transition processes. And last year we were here, we had a session for the young people. The difference is that last year we were actually the first session, but I don't know why today it is the last. But it's okay. What is important is, are we part of this process? And we must appreciate them. We, with the Ministry of Energy again, recently concluded the Sustainable Development Goals run. Can I see those who participated in that run? Can I see your hands? Those who participated in the run, thank you so much. Sustainable Development Goals, somebody asked, what are we doing to promote initiatives of this nature? Youth Go Green is leading a Sustainable Development Goals marathon. This is intended to promote the SDGs. So this year, we decided to run for energy access, and that is, who can tell me SDG? Which SDG is that? Any young person? I don't want the elders this time around. Can I know anyone who can tell me which SDG promotes access to affordable and clean energy? Do you want to say which SDG? 6, 7. Can we give her an applause? Why we are doing this is simply because we want to make sure that the young people understand the SDGs, first of all, but also we are running for energy access. We are promoting the SDGs, and particularly this time around, the run was a precursor to the Renewable Energy Conference, which we are attending. And we appreciate the ministry and government for being part of this process. Now, as we proceeded to preparations of this, the ministry gave us an opportunity to have this session, the youth dialogue, and I want to assure you that this dialogue is going to unpack some of the ideas, initiatives of the youth who are already in the energy transition process, who are promoting clean energy initiatives, who are promoting solar energy initiatives, who are really playing a critical role in driving the energy transition, of course, through different arrangements. On this note, I really want to invite, by default, we already have a panelist. He's already set. I don't know what questions, but you will help me to set your own, you give me your own questions that you will be able to answer. Is that so? So, but I also want to show you that this young man can even challenge some of us who have been on these panels, because he will probably share with you some ideas that you can't believe. So kindly allow me to invite my panelists, and I want to start with Mr. Opiro Emaru Joshua. Joshua is a third-year student of Chambogo University. He's also a director, founder of Shataka West Initiative. Can we give him an applause as he takes his seat? Joshua, thank you so much for honoring our invitation, but also your willingness to share with us some of your ideas in this engagement. The second one is Martha, no, do we have Martha here? Itho Amanda Natkunda. Is she in the room? Can we give her a big applause? Thank you so much, Itho Amanda, for coming through. Let's have Ronald Akankwata, who is a civil engineer by profession, a renewable energy enthusiast. Ronald is the Chief Executive Officer for Earn Energy Solutions. That gentleman, as he walks in, is an advocate of SDG number 7, and he's one of our members of the youth constituency on SDG 7. Let's have David Lubohera, who is a master's student at Makerere University. Do we have David in the house? Can we give him an applause? I know it's not yet time for lunch, and I see it's already 1. Kindly be strong. Kindly be strong. Take some water. We have water on your tables. Can we give him an applause? But also show us energy, young man. Yeah? Show us energy. Move like, yes, you have come to discuss issues. You can take the other seat. Okay. I want also to surprise you that I'm going to have Amanya Martha Patricia. She's one of our best students from St. Charles Rwanga Secondary School. She's in senior 3. Can we have her here on the panel? I'm going to have a big panel. I don't know whether I have enough chairs. I think we must have the last one. Do we have Adero Nakafero? Is she in the room? Are you in the room? Okay, maybe she's going to join us later on. But let's have Martha. Martha is one of our students. So this is what we call inclusion of young people in national dialogues and forums. So this is the panel, as you can see, and I'm happy that they're all here. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to kick off our session this afternoon, and I want to inform you that we only have 45 minutes, so strictly you will be given, first of all, your opening remarks will only take 30 seconds. Is that okay? Your opening remarks, just tell us who you are and why you're here and what you do. Only that, opening remarks. And then from there, we will definitely have my questions to each of you. We will open the session now officially. Then we shall have maybe some time to be given to the audience. So, who wants to go first? Can I start with the lady at the far? So tell us who you are and why you're here, and then you hand over to the next.
Yeah, my name is Amanya Martha Patricia from St. Charles Rwanga SS Mubende, and I'm in Form 3.
Good. Can we have, yes, the next one?
Good afternoon. My name is Opiremal Joshua, and I'm a third-year student at Chambogo University, and I'm the director and founder of Oshataka Waste Initiative. And the reason why I'm here, I'm going to enlighten to the world that we can transform waste to energy, and that can be so renewable to, as we are talking about renewable energy, and my main focus will be on cogeneration. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Itho Amanda Bagaga Natkunda. I am a founder of Eredice Uganda, an initiative that harnesses green energy out of invasive species. I am here and I hope to share my experience with you. I hope to learn from you and for us to learn from each other. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Rajdeep. I'm from Mango SS. Originally, I was here to learn about different ways of managing renewable energy and then to install into my school, Mango SS. But by default, I'm here and I hope that I could answer the questions that are going to be asked. Thank you.
Okay. Protocol observed, revolutionary greetings, positive energy and creation energy to all of us. I'm called David Nankunda Rubohera, a master's student doing Masters of Energy Economics and Governance from Makerere University Business School. I'm also head finance, the Pierre Olmumba Foundation, a foundation that was started 30 years back with an objective of nurturing transformational leaders, young leaders to lead this continent into the next level. I'm here to talk about what I know about renewable energy and energy access and energy transition. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Greetings to you all. My name is Ronald Akankwatsa. I am a civil engineer by profession. I am the CEO Iron Energy Solutions. We are into biogas and solar. I'm basically here to share the opportunities that are in the energy transitions for young people and the gaps that we need to fix to spearhead this energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate them? Thank you. I think Isn't this a nice panel? Let me see gender balance. We have scored 100%. Is that okay? Yes. Let me see. But it's a very serious panel with students and young people. Thank you so much. So let me start with you, Amanda. Can you tell us about your organization, what it does, and what are those innovative solutions that you're implementing to promote energy transition and in the fight against climate change?
Wow, that was the first. I thought I'd be the last. Hi, everyone, again. I run an initiative called Erudites Uganda. We were born out of the UNICEF Youth Innovation Challenge 2023, and we emerged the winners. So our innovation was harnessing green energy out of invasive species. And our first species, our first pilot project has been the water hyacinth. And we are working from areas of Port Bell and Waise as regions we identified as those that are mostly affected by the water hyacinth. Waise, why? It is waterlogged. It's a waterlogged area. If you've been to Waise, you know the state it is at. If you've been at Port Bell, you also know that the water hyacinth has greatly affected them. So what we do is we subject water hyacinth to give us biogas. What else? Then we subject it to give us biogas, and then we are also harnessing it to give us feeds and fertilizers. We are doing this because if you've been to an area like Port Bell, for those that have been there, the moment you get to Port Bell, just next to the lake, you will find heaps of firewood. They are just heaped there, ready for sale. And this is an area that actually has electricity. But you find the electricity lines going through, but there are heaps of firewood and charcoal there, ready for sale. And this is what these people are using. So in the energy transition, and if you're also talking about climate change, this is not good. I do not know how much to emphasize that, especially in the destruction of our forests. So this was our area we identified, and we are working on for the start and Boise.
Okay.
Have I answered everything?
Yes, thank you so much. Let me go to you, David Nankunda, a master's student at the business school, Makerere. Can you tell us, as a scholar, what research or projects have you undertaken to contribute to the energy transition and, of course, mitigating climate change? You said you're a master's student. Can we understand what research you're involved in and how is it helping our efforts in the energy transition process?
Thank you so much once again. First of all, we all know that energy access in Uganda is still low, even in the whole sub-Saharan Africa. But as academicians or researchers and young people, what we should focus on is which models can we develop that can increase access, and not only access, the productive use of energy that can transform our communities from being poor and empower them at least. So to answer your question, the research, I'm going to start my master's thesis, and I want to see the model of how cooperatives in the whole country. I was researching about them. I saw we have 21,346 registered cooperatives by 2021. We had that amount, and those cooperatives, they have an estimated number of 5.6 million members. So you see, if we start with the model of cooperatives, we can increase energy education to the people in the communities, at the local, at the grassroots level. Those are some of the models we should think about as young people if we want energy inclusion, everyone to be on board as we go forward with the thing of energy transition. Thank you so much.
Okay. Of course, as a student, I don't know how you are influencing other students, for instance, undergraduate, and those who are in line with understanding energy innovations. How do you engage your other peers to ensure that they are able to take up. For instance, what you are doing at the moment, how do you encourage them? How do you entice them to, because we need more researchers in the energy space. We need many experts, and if we were to support the country's efforts to transit into a clean energy future, we must have professionals who really understand the energy processes. How are you helping and encouraging other fellow students to take such courses like you are doing?
Thank you so much. First of all, you know, this is still a virgin sector in terms of education, because me, first of all, to go and do this master's, I was reading a certain article and I saw the world's biggest problem by next 50 years, it will be energy and food. And you saw that, you know, there is a nexus between both of them. I was thinking about where can I do a course. I had done a bachelor's of arts in economics. So I wanted a nexus of energy and economics. I was looking for a course. I found that course is only at Makerere University Business School. Other universities haven't embraced the course to put them into their curriculum. What I'm doing as a scholar to influence my fellow people is, one, first of all, through media. I write various articles, I put them on my status, or I share them, I put on Twitter and various medias. People who follow me, they will always see what I'm talking about. And they will try to learn more about what is energy transition. Another thing, me, I'm going to around the country because we don't need to leave the local people behind. They are young people in the villages. I'm moving around the country organizing young farmers through cooperatives so that we transition from using firewood. Most farmers, they have cow dung, but they don't use it. They are still using firewood. If we can do a serious education in that field, using cooperatives, I think we can at least, not 100%, but transition to some extent. I don't know if I answered your question, but
okay, I'll come back to you again. Of course, you have quite a number of questions here, but I'll get back to you. Let me go to you, Ronald. Ronald, you are a team leader at the Clean Energy Initiative, right? Can you tell us what are some of those examples of clean energy initiatives that your projects and your organizations are implementing, and what have you done in the local community to promote some of these clean energy initiatives?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Edwin. At Clean Energy Initiative, we actually realized that the reason why most of the people are still reliant on unclean fuels for cooking and lighting is due to lack of sensitization. For example, people will tell you that solar is expensive, but the cost of using canister or paraffin is more actually costly than using solar. So basically, we are trying to say however much the initial cost is quite high, but at the end of the day or at the end of the month, you find that you saved a lot. So we are trying to sensitize the communities. We are trying to build capacities. We are trying to sensitize young people on how to make briquettes as alternative sources of fuel for cooking. So at Clean Energy Initiative, we are focusing on sensitization and capacity building.
Okay, of course, like you said, you're building capacity of communities and looking at the young people. In your opinion, what role can renewable energy play in improving the energy access and combating, of course, the climate crisis?
Well, thank you. I think clean energy and climate change cannot be separated. If we are to do 10 things in mitigating climate change, 8 of them must be in relation to energy transition. So because most of the global greenhouse emissions actually are from the energy sector, so tackling the problem of climate change, we must enforce most of the actions should be in the energy sector. So what we are trying to say is that young people should realize, or should actually realize, that climate change mitigation has an opportunity to actually improve their lives of living. For example, we should look at it as a challenge. There are many entrepreneurial opportunities in mitigating climate change. This is a generation of young people who are twagala sente twagala chintu chilala chonna. So if you tell a young person that you go and plant trees without telling them that if you plant actually eucalyptus in 5 years, you'll be getting enough money. Or if you tell them that briquettes is a venture that you can reap from in this economy. So the youth can buy more ideas from actually entrepreneurship opportunities within mitigating climate change and transitioning to green energy.
Okay. Before I come to you, our dear students, Martha, can I inform participants that there are seats, because I'm seeing long lines outside. Can you please come in and take up these front seats? This is a dialogue which is youth-led. You may need to come in and listen to them. Somebody was asking in the previous panel session that what are the young people doing to support the efforts of government in the energy transition and all that. Can I have our ushers, can you please bring them here so that we continue with this engagement? There are very many seats here. Martha, you're a student of Mengo. What are you doing in the school? Do you have any topic, any question or topic you've come across that is, even if it is just one line, energy, environment, and climate? Have you come across anything in your school curriculum or even any topic in class? You said you are in senior 3 now, but yes, since you started senior 1, have you ever come across a word energy?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I've done.
Okay. Can you tell us more about what you have seen in there?
Yeah, for us at our school, we have projects. Now, like in the science club, in the energy conservation, we have developed projects of making briquettes, biogas making, and even we are now trying to make a solar cooker. Something like that, something of a sort, trying to make a solar cooker so that we can, since in our school we are using charcoal, firewood. Therefore, we want to reduce on the amount of firewood that is brought in the school through using biogas, briquettes, and the solar cooker perhaps after implementing that.
So in your school, are the students the ones doing all these, or it's the school hires some people outside, they come and do these things for you?
We are doing it as students.
Wow. Okay. But also, are you being trained? Are you being mentored on how do you do these things? For instance, where do you get the knowledge from?
We are new curriculum as, therefore, we are creative.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a moment, Martha. Let's welcome our dear Honorable Minister. Thank you so much, and the PS. Thank you so much. Gently come in. I want to reintroduce our panel so that the government officials who have just come in understand what we are on right now. So kindly, our dear ushers, help to have our Honorable Minister and the PS to take up their seats, and other officials of government. So ladies and gentlemen, we still have some seats this side. I would be happy that you come and take up these seats so that we get into the youth session, which will mark the end of the session as we get into the closing ceremony. Okay, so let's have people sit in, please come in. There are seats in the middle. I would be happy that we occupy them quietly, and we have only 30 minutes to go. Oh yes. So ladies and gentlemen, we may need to welcome you, Honorable Minister, the PS Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and other dignitaries. Before you hear Madam PS, my name is Edwin Mhumza. I am the team leader at Youth Go Green. We have done quite a number of activities together with you, with your office. And we appreciate, most recently we had the SDG run, most successful ever, and we were really blessed to have the Honorable Minister who accompanied the First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Community Affairs, who represented the High Excellency, the Vice President. We had your team. We really had a very good opportunity to promote this conference, but also to promote SDG number 7. And we are happy that you're also giving us an opportunity to have the young people. Before you, Honorable Minister and the PS, we have a panel of experts. You can see them. We have tried to do our best to include the children and youth. Our youngest is 13, and he won his seat. He was not initially on the panel, but by default, for what he did, we just gave him an applause. And the student from St. Charles Ruanga, Martha, these are some of the students. The others are young innovators and the students from the higher institutions of learning. So, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you. You found us in the middle of the panel, and we want to proceed. But most importantly, we appreciate your ministry for giving these young people a platform to share their experiences, innovations, and of course, involving them. We believe that whatever is going to be discussed here are matters of policy, are matters of, we shall make some recommendations as we get into the closing session. There are ideas that we can give to your ministry so that they are incorporated, and we are really, really very keen. We only hope and pray that even next year we will have these spaces for the young people. Kindly, we request the Renewable Energy Conference never miss the youth dialogue, please. And this time around, we want to have the children as part of this session. So we'll be having a youth and children panel session in the Renewable Energy Conference. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, Martha, you are still telling us at school. You said that right now at your school, you are trying to use the charcoal briquettes. And my question was, are you the ones doing this, or the teachers or the school administration hires some people? If so, where do you get this knowledge to do this? And do you have time for the class?
At our school, we normally have good timetables. They timetable us like from 3:20 to a time that is around 4:40. We always have time we always spare time for projects, to invent such things. And even two heads are better than one, and we are not only two people in the society. Therefore, we get different ideas from different students. We combine brains so that we can come up with something different. Therefore, we don't need people from outside. And we are the coming generation. Then why do you request knowledge from other people who are, I'm so sorry to say this, but who are aging out, yet we are the coming generation. Therefore, we have to make the thing ourselves. We should bring out the impact ourselves so that we can grow up with the knowledge.
Thank you so much. Don't be afraid to mention that word. It is true, they are aging. That's the fact. By God's, that's it. It was created like that. So be confident and say yes. Where is the future of the young people and the children for the next 50 years? Do we have space? Can we have opportunities like this? So continue to advocate for your space and you'll get it. So let me come back to you, my friend. Do you understand fossil fuels?
Yes.
And what do you know about them? And are they good or bad?
Okay, so thank you so much for asking that question. What I would like to say about fossil fuels are that they are totally bad for the environment, us people, the plants, the animals. They're totally bad to all of us. Now, different people may ask here, how are fossil fuels endangering the environment, our Mother Earth, us humans, animals? Well, first of all, I would like to tell you that, my first point, that when you're driving your car and when you emit those fossil fuels, such as carbon dioxide and others, do you know that you're harming the ozone layer and you're making it disappear? So the importance of ozone layer in our environment is that that's our sun, which provides Mother Earth the light sometimes that radiation is too harmful for us. And now this is where the ozone layer kicks in. The radiation that's too harmful for us, the plants, the animals, it absorbs that energy and prevents it from entering Mother Earth. While we get the light, and that light helps the plants to trap sunlight, make food for themselves. Now, when you make the ozone layer disappear, then the harmful radiation will enter Mother Earth, will endanger the organic human beings, organic plants, and animals. Another point of mine is that fossil fuels can lead to air pollution. Now, most of you who don't know this, in our school, there are some classes that where the classes are so small, and when you enter, they're like, okay, in our class, we are around 115 students, but our class is spacious, and everybody has enough oxygen that they can use to breathe. But in other classes that are so small, and many students, they're there, like for example, 100 students, many people, they faint, and our sick bay is just for around 20 people. But when this problem arises, then it can lead to a bigger problem. Yeah, that's what I'd like to tell you. Thank you.
Okay, just one last question as we close this session. Can you tell us what are some of those initiatives that Oshakatwa is doing to promote energy transition, but also helping to mitigate climate change impacts? In just a few seconds, because I'm informed the Honorable Minister would want to, he has another engagement. So can you wrap up and share with us that?
Thank you so much. Oshataka Waste Initiative, my focus is basically on how we can turn waste to energy, and most people focus on biofuels and all that, but my main focus in my organization, since it's a startup, I'm looking at changing plastics to energy. And I don't know, but I know some of us are scientists, and most of you have heard about something to do with cogeneration. Cogeneration has something to do with combined heat and power. And if you visited the sugar factories, there is a system that has an electrostatic precipitator. And from this, I'm trying to develop how you can use plastics as a source of fuel in the charcoal, in the stoves, actually, not charcoal, but my innovation that I'm bringing up, it's called a static stove, where we shall use plastics as a source of fuel. And I know most of you will say it will produce soot and all that, but there is something called an ESP. It's called an electrostatic precipitator. It's a technology that cleans all these toxins from anything. Maybe if you're burning it, it cleans and then produces clean energy to the environment. So my main focus is on that, and I believe in the fewest time, it will be really a good technology the whole world will have to embrace. Thank you.
Nice. Speaking of that, I want us to close this, but Amanda, tell us, as a young lady and you're doing these energy solutions, and you're coming up to, encourage other young people, how do you foresee the future of sustainable energy solutions in Uganda? And what are those policy changes and investments that you want to see government do to support the energy transition processes?
Hi again. Hello again. Well, first of all, I am all about innovation. Why? Because if we are talking about a just transition and a just energy transition, we are looking at enabling energy access that includes everyone and doesn't leave everyone, that leaves no one behind, right? So if we are talking of innovation, for those that are into innovation, especially with an entrepreneurial mindset, you have to go to the community and really understand what their problem is, before you come up with your solution that is supposed to be an innovation, right? So if we are going to do this energy transition, before we go policy, innovations bring the communities on board in such a way that you're going to understand what their problem is to the root cause. Why can't these people use, why can't they access clean energy? Why are they still sticking to charcoal, even when there is electricity in their area? Why? You understand that core problem. Then you come up with your innovation. So in that way, you're bringing the community on board and giving them exactly what they need, what solution is actually going to enable them to use your energy innovation, right? So before we go there, I think that innovation, first of all, is going to leapfrog all these pathways of enabling these communities come out of energy poverty. Why? Because you're going to bring them something they will actually embrace. You find a community using charcoal, you find a community using firewood, but then you want to bring a solution where you want them to buy your biogas, you want them to buy your briquettes. Why should they transition to this? So in my perspective is, with all these people in this room, I think we need to support young people, especially those with innovations, because that is the one way we are going to actually help communities come out of energy poverty. I think Uganda, so far we have good policies, and the fact that this policy has the ability, there is the possibility of renewing it, modifying it to better accommodate that, to bring into perspective all these changes that are coming around, to incorporate them into this policy. More into clean energy.
Okay, thank you so much, Amanda, for that. I think this ends this panel session. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Minister and the PS, these young people have requested for one single photo in their life because they will not see you again. So can you stand up, ladies and gentlemen? The PS and the Minister wants to take a group photo with you as we end this. Can we give them an applause? Sorry, because of time. Because of time, and normally the young people speak last, there is no session for Q&A, so this is how it has ended. Maybe next year we shall be better with time, and maybe we'll be we'll speak fast. But thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry we couldn't give you that chance to ask the young people, the innovators, but sorry about that, we don't have time, but we appreciate your innovations. Let me also join this photo.
Thank you so much, Edwin Muhumza. Okay, so our program is going to run as follows. All right. That's our culture team giving us an introduction to the closure of Rec 23 and Expo. They are also giving some energy to the room so that you can have some energy to pack up and go back home with. Otherwise, to our dignitaries, participants of Renewable Energy Conference 2023, thank you so much. Thank you so much, our culture team. They have given us an opener to the closure of the Renewable Energy Conference 2023 and Expo, which has been themed Clean Energy for All. Now, speaking of clean energy, we have one in the room that has a clean record in efforts towards energy in Uganda. He needs no further introduction. I asked him, Doctor, what do I use to introduce to you? Your recent achievements or your previous achievements or your beginning achievements? He said, no, I will do my own introductions. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Frank Seboa.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to introduce myself and say a few things at this auspicious occasion of Renewable Energy Conference and Exhibition 2023. I'm Frank Seboa says, and yes, to the young lady, I'm one of the aging elders of this sector, and I'm proud of it. I think if the minister will allow me, I'll say that among the longest serving people in this sector, I can only be second to him. I think, Honorable Chris, I'm glad that you are still out there, leading many of us ahead of our pack. Members of Honorable Minister, members of Parliament, and we are glad we have members of Parliament from both the North and the islands who are beneficiaries of most of the renewable energy. Permanent Secretary Engineer Bateve, participants from 33 countries. I'm told on Thursday there are 1,700 of us here on this location, and we have had 144 exhibitors. I'm glad that you are all here or representing the 1,700 who are here on Thursday. Currently, my lady who thinks I'm aging, I still work. I work in a project called Uganda Off-Grid Market Accelerator, the authors of the market map, which some of you know, and it has been launched. It will be shared through the normal channel with you on your links. I'm assured by somebody in the ministry that indeed 2,000 of you are likely to get it by close of business on Monday or something like that. So with that, I go on to the session to which I've been called. I've been called to lead this, to guide this session, which will have three major parts. The first one will be major sector announcements that you will need to hear from here. Then there will be awards, just like last year and just like next year. There will always be awards in this renewable energy sector. And then our minister will, of course, make a closing statement. Now, the PS has kindly allowed me to read the major announcements on her behalf. The ministry has developed, the ministry developed legislation to provide a legal framework to support the development of this industry, including the energy policies. Which industry is that? This is the biofuel blending. You recall Honorable Migereko had a passionate plea for blending, and the ministry had been ahead of him in this respect. We have the Biofuels Act of 2020, the Biofuels Regulations of 2022, and declaration of the licensing authority, which is also in the offing. The country has the availability of feedstock that is sufficient for commencement of the mandatory ethanol blending petrol, EBP, program. And that is starting with 1% by volume ratio blend, E1, effective the start of next financial year. In July 1st, 2024, it will be mandatory to blend some of our fuel with at least 1% of biofuels. I think that deserves a clap. I will tell my friend and old friend, Honorable Migereko, that while he was enjoying the wedding, we are here announcing and responding to his needs. And by the way, all the Wasoga here present, we congratulate you on getting a queen. The next announcement is the Electricity Access Scale-Up Project, EASP. The government of Uganda, through the funding support from the World Bank, is implementing ESB project, which aims at increasing access to energy for households, commercial enterprises, industrial parks, and public institutions nationwide, including refugee and host communities in our country. The program will be implemented over a period of 4 years. Project implementation will be carried out by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company through dedicated project implementation units. I'm glad somebody has written out this UECCC. I had a problem with it on Thursday. Now I've got it. Have you got anything out of this conference? Me, I've got this one. The ESP is designed as a scale-up intervening as a scale-up intervention targeting more than 1 million electricity connections through supporting grid extension and connectivity by the ministry. More than 159,000 off-grid connections, solar home systems, productive uses, electrification of public institutions through financial intermediation for energy access by UECCC, and facilitating over 353,000 clean cooking solutions dissemination by UECCC, benefiting over 1.6 million Ugandans. That deserves a thunderous. We always thank the World Bank, but we thank our government, which approaches it appropriately to get this sort of support. The next announcement is Get Access Uganda Mini-Grid programs. The Get Access Uganda Mini-Grids program is a development project of the government of Uganda, co-financed by the Federal Republic of Germany and the European Union through KfW. The Ministry of Energy is the project executing agency. I think these three, the German Republic and European Union, I think they are two, deserve to be recognized for their support. As the other lady says, I'm aging, but I've been around for more than 20 years in this sector. And these three have always been with us. They've been with us, and it's appreciated. Now, the purpose of the program is the sustainable improvement in the supply of remote rural regions with climate-friendly renewable energy. The program aims to electrify 100 to 150 small and medium-sized villages and connect over 100,000 people in the remote areas of Uganda with decentralized off-grid solar-powered mini-grids. The program was launched this morning, and I was there to watch, and I was there ahead of the dignitaries also to listen. It has beautiful aspects that will bring electricity to areas that have little hope of getting grid electricity in the shortest possible time. But also additionally, those off-grid mini-grids do get steady, stable electricity. I assure you, yesterday when I went home, I wanted to write something and the power went off for only about 10 minutes, but it was enough to discourage me from doing what I was supposed to do, and I went to bed instead. The next announcement is the launch of the Off-Grid Energy Working Group. In response to the evolving off-grid energy landscape in Uganda, the Off-Grid Energy Working Group has been established as a pivotal platform within the National Renewable Energy Platform in collaboration with diverse partners. Sponsored by Beyond the Grid Fund for Africa program and sponsored by the governments of Sweden and Denmark. These are another lot we should thank. I know here it's not written, thank them. I want you to thank both Sweden and Denmark for this support. It's been there for a long time. I think you've heard of, some of you last year, about Mr. Moses Mulenges. He used to be always bothering us about this working group, and we are happy that now Off-Grid Energy Working Group specifically has also been created. The Off-Grid Energy Working Group serves as a central hub for the exchange of experiences, knowledge, information, and all related to the off-grid energy sector. It also aims to actively contribute to a conducive policy and regulatory environment to facilitate private sector investments in the off-grid sector. The Off-Grid Energy Working Group was launched yesterday here at the Renewable Energy Conference and Expo 2023. We are grateful that this eventually is answering a question of data. I've listened in many sectors, there is this question of data. If there is a hub where you can get the data from, your life becomes easier. Another important, and I think this could be the most important of them, that judging by my standard, the Uganda's energy transition plan, transiting from the energy as we know it into a more renewable and green energy arena. The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, in collaboration with the International Energy Agency, has developed an energy transition plan for Uganda. The objectives of the energy transition plan are: plan for the energy system needed to support Uganda's rapid economic development. 2, articulate a realistic yet ambitious scenario for providing universal access to electricity and clean cooking in line with the Sustainable Development Goal number 7. Provide groundwork for Uganda to carry out an integrated energy resource master plan for the country. Serve as a tool to engage with international actors on Uganda's energy needs related to development, energy security, managing affordability, and mitigating greenhouse gas emissions, and inform conversations on unlocking more finance, especially in the context of just energy transition partnerships or similar policy tools at COP28 and other fora platforms. Uganda's energy transition plan will be launched on the 5th of December in Dubai at COP28. Yet more goodies out of here for you. The Global Grid Solar Forum and Expo. GOGLA is excited to invite you to the 8th edition of the Global Off-Grid Solar Forum and Expo in October 2024 in Nairobi, Kenya. Exact dates will be shared with you. Those of you who follow renewable energy know that GOGLA does wonderful things all around. The Global Off-Grid Solar Forum and Expo is the premier meeting of off-grid solar sector, providing a unique platform for knowledge exchange, networking, and showcasing off-grid solar products and services. The event aims to accelerate the development of global off-grid solar market, contributing to achieving the universal energy access by 2023. I'm sure all of us are looking for this, not 2023, 2030. 2023 will be too early. I would still be working. 2030, I'm not too sure. The Renewable Energy Conference for 2024 and Expo. The National Renewable Energy Platform, in collaboration with the Ministry of Energy, is excited to announce and invite you to the next Renewable Energy Conference of 2024 and Expo. Exact dates will be announced in due time. This shall be a bigger, better, brighter, more immersive, and promises to be a great and uniform, unforgettable experience. We shall keep you posted, not me, the National Renewable Energy Platform will keep you informed. Yes, I want to believe that some of us were here last year. I thought things were big last year. This year, things have been much bigger. Now, if we are promising even bigger things than that, I think we should wait in anticipation. With that, Madam PS, I hope I've done the job you assigned me to do, and I'm glad that you are a good leader. You assigned some young people also to do some of these things. The next session after those announcements, and if you have any questions, Dr. Mkisa, I don't know where he's gone, and several other people are available to give you support and guidance. The next session will be the award giving session. That one is going to involve some of our dignitaries. I would like to ask those dignitaries to come up to the podium so that the giving of the awards will be a lot easier. The dignitaries I'm talking about are the PS, Engineer Irene Batebe. Please do come up. We all know that the person I like most in the audience is also a dignitary. Honorable Peter O'Chris, please do come up to facilitate in the award giving. There are 6 awards to be given. They are labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. I'm going to call the session manager to help me with which one comes first. We do it in the reverse order, or that's what I thought. Yes, thank you. Okay. Can I suggest that since my list of dignitaries, you are all dignitaries, but these are higher dignitaries related to the awards we are going to give. Can I suggest that the PS sits on the right hand of the minister because you are her first technical officer? That way. Now, I will read this without adding anything to avoid controversy, because somebody may say, why not me, given that that was the criteria used. But I assure you there was a team put in place. It has been working for a few weeks to sort this out, and their outcomes, at least for me reading here, I have no doubt they did the right thing. We have, in position number 6, we have the Lifetime Achievement Award. A person in this sector who has been here for a long time, and I'm a lucky man because he's my friend. James Banabe. Please, if you will be standing, she will bring the tape to the PS. This man, given the thunderous clap I heard, he needs no further introduction. This is another old one, you know, who has been in the ministry for years, delivering on energy, I think. Thank you, James, for delivering energy to this country. And, number 5 will be the longest traveler to this conference. This will be the one who came from the farthest place, is Resha Sreshta Pia. Are you still with us? This one I'd ask you to tell us longest from where? Just longest from where?
Hello, everyone. I am from Nepal, and thanks for this opportunity. Oh my God, I have not expected this. Thank you very much.
Tell us what you do.
Yeah.
About 2 sentences.
Yeah, I work in the energy sector. I am energy advisor at British Embassy, Kathmandu, but I have been into this sector for more than like 22 years, working in off-grid and on-grid energy sectors, developing, because as I always say that like climate is a common agenda. It's whether I'm in Nepal or in Uganda, it affects all. Therefore, let us work together to tackle climate issues. And as earlier presenter also said, that the renewable is one of the most important things which can help to address the climate issues. Thank you.
And officially, I wish you a safe trip back to through all those kilometers of flying. There is a question here for you, ma'am. When are we having the electric plane, the solar-fired one? So that, never mind, don't answer that one.
Thank you very much.
Our award number 4 will go to the runner-up exhibitor of the year, Uganda National Alliance on Cooking, UNACC. UNACC. Are you here? You should be here. Come in big numbers. So, come in big numbers. One will. This way, ma'am. You are the escort. You can wait there. She will probably come back this way. You're missing the picture. You believe with me. Okay. Good. Now, number 3 is the exhibitor of the year, Energy Catalyst UK. I hope you've not flown back to the UK yet. Energy Catalyst UK. They are at their exhibition site. This is the one that I take for them. Huh? No, please receive it on their behalf. Oh, they are here. Yes. Thank you very much. Number 2 would be okay. Number 2 is the runner-up partner of the year. Runner-up partner of the year. I had hoped that I would win this one, but my friends, life is complicated. The runners-up are Total Energies EP Uganda. That's the Philippines team, isn't it? They are doing a great job. Please do come. And yeah, I didn't know they are shy, you know, because I know that there are a few more there. All people from Total Energy, if you don't exceed 10, please come. I'm told that we have people elsewhere who would benefit from Smart 24 TV live on YouTube. YouTube Smart 24 TV is live streaming this event for those who are in other rooms. Amazing that these gentlemen are shy. Thank you for your work you do with us. We hope next year you will take this last position. Number 1 is the partner of the year. The entity or the person that has partnered with Uganda in this renewable energy effort and has been outstanding. All of you have done a great job, believe you me. Everybody has done, even I who has got nothing, I've done a great job. But these have done a fantastic job. And the partner of the year, like the best award of the year we are giving, goes to the British High Commission. I would like to ask the British High Commission. I was very worried. They can't be in Britain, they are here. Thank you, ladies. As you can see, the boy child needs help in the British High Commission. I'm an advocate of the boy child, you know. But last year I was an advocate for the girl child. Now, my honorable high-profile people, please take your seat there for a minute. Now, these, I don't know whether to call them captains of the Ministry of Energy. Maybe that's what they are, and that is what they've done for many years, have given gifts to other people, awards to other people. Get Access Uganda thinks that they too deserve to be recognized. People in your ministry, Honorable Minister, will be recognized through gift packs prepared by Get Access Uganda for the support you've given them and the guidance you've given them. The Honorable Peter Alcoles is number one, and Prince is the one to give. The next one is the Permanent Secretary. Please, one for the Permanent Secretary. Then these other people will have to run quicker. Please do take your seats. Okay, please you can take your seats. The following people, Honorable Migade Robert Ndugwa. If you are anywhere, please. From the islands, I think.
Just read out the names, they'll read them out later.
Okay. Honorable Kabusu Moses. Okay. Please come quickly. Dr. George Didi, Honorable. And Honorable Mukasa Julius Opondo. Get Access has appreciated you. These other officers will apparently get theirs later on so that we don't tire our minister. Commissioner Renewable Energy, Dr. Brian Isabide. If I had my way, I would give him a standing ovation for reactivating renewable energy in the ministry. Dr. Isabide, please come so that they know, you out there know, this gentleman has reactivated, has done a lot of catalyzed renewable energy in our ministry. Well, everybody has support from behind. There is Assistant Commissioner, Engineer Sectorial, you've been very supportive. Lastly, but not least, the grandfather of mini grids. Do you know who I'm talking about? Benon Bena. Benon Bena, are you with us? I know he might not be in the ministry, but I think his large, tall shadow still overlooks these mini-grid efforts. We want to thank him. Maybe you can take it to him when you locate him. Thank you very much. With that, I'm almost done. Please sit down. I'm almost done because I have only one other activities. That is to ask the Permanent Secretary of our ministry, Engineer Irene Batebe, to come and make a statement, and after that, invite our minister to make the closing statement. Honorable Batebe.
Thank you so much, Engineer Seboa. That was well done. the Honorable Minister of State for Mineral Development, the Honorable Dr. Peter Lokeris, the Honorable Members of Parliament from some of our best districts of Uvuma, Kalangala, Obongi, and others, the government agencies represented, our development partners, the heads of mission, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, we are delighted that you've stayed with us for the entire period of the conference. But I'm also aware of another category that has been with us for the entire week, because this has been a part of our Energy and Mineral Week 2023. We thank you. My role here is very simple. It is largely to thank you and then invite the minister to make the closing remarks. And as I prepare to thank you, I was going through the list of attendees. And we had the entire globe represented at the conference. We had a big number from Africa, led by the Ugandan team. But we also had representation from Kenya, Tanzania, Mozambique, Ethiopia, and many others. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to thank Team Africa for attending the conference. We equally had an enormous number of attendees from Asia, depicted by Nepal, but also India and many others. I want you to join me in thanking Team Asia for participating at this conference. We were equally joined by Team Europe, and at this time, the real Team Europe, comprising of the United Kingdom in its essence. Germany, I'm not talking about Brexit, I'm looking at the wider Europe. UK, Germany, Spain, Belgium, Austria, Norway, and Russia. Join me to thank the original Team Europe. We've had a brilliant 3 days. I know some of us would have been at the pool this morning or afternoon, but you're here with us. So we thank you for staying with us. So without much ado, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite the Honorable Minister to make his remarks. And as he comes, I also want us to clap for the organizers, the NREP, the National Renewable Energy Platform, and the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development technical team. Honorable Minister, you're very welcome to make your closing remarks. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, friends. Thank you very much. I don't know those who come from very far. How did you find Uganda? This is the Pearl of Africa. And it was a name given to us by those who lived long ago, who are the fathers of the world at that time. Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, honorable members of Parliament, the permanent secretaries of our ministry, the representatives from all the MDAs, representatives from the development partners, representatives from the academia, the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am deeply honored to stand before you as we conclude the successful Renewable Energy Conference 2023 and Expo. This gathering which is part of the Energy and Minerals Week 2023, has been a critical platform for sharing insights and forging pathways towards a clean energy for all. My heartfelt thanks go to each one of you for your unwavering commitment and the collaborative spirit that has been the hallmark of this conference. I extend my gratitude to the technical team at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and Renewable Energy Platform teams for the exemplary work, organization of REC 2023 and Expo, and ensuring its resounding success. We have witnessed an incredible convergence of ideas and experiences from over 33 countries represented at this event. So, you see how big it is, reflecting our shared ambition to enhance renewable energy and energy efficiency in Uganda. The exhibition of innovations, businesses, and technologies has been a testament for the vibrant potential in our sector. The recommendations made during the different sessions of the conference emphasize our collective resolve for ambitious action. We must now turn these insights into tangible implementation, ensuring that our aspirations align with the real-world impact. A critical challenge that continues to emerge is the need for affordable and sustainable energy solutions. The spirit demonstrated here must translate into appropriate and targeted efforts in securing the necessary financial support to realize our renewable energy goals. The evidence is clear. A robust renewable energy sector is not only economically viable, but essential for sustainable development. By forging strong partnerships and harnessing available resources, even small steps can be done to lead to significant transformations. I appreciate the dedication and the effort of everyone involved in making this conference a hub of meaningful encouragement. Your journeys, discussions, and engagements have enriched this event, making it a cornerstone for future progress. As we conclude, let us remember that our efforts are ultimately for the benefit of future generations. So when the children were there, they are really the beneficiaries. We are only making things for them. And for a bit of those, especially the one who stood here, who was saying that is existing soon. Don't worry, it will come, don't hurry up. Because everybody is transitioning. Even the young ones are coming. In fact, imagine if the world, people were not dying, how full will this world be? So God knew that they must go so that they are replaced. So everything else except maybe mountains are not replaceable. All of us will be replaced one day. But let us do our best so that people remember that we were there. Because if we do nothing, nobody will remember us. The young people among us today remind us of the urgency and importance of our mission in shaping a sustainable energy future. I extend my profound thanks on behalf of the ministry and our minister, Dr. Ruth Nakabirwa, Centum, and myself for your steadfast support and commitment throughout this conference. We have been blessed to enjoy powering support by ecosystem stakeholders. A special note of gratitude to our sponsors, particularly the British High Commission, Total Energies, the Dutch GIZ, Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company. You know, when I say the Dutch, it is only the German and a few who understand what Dutch means. The pronunciation is very difficult, but I hear it is called Dutch, means Germany. Is that true, Germans? I think it is so. So the Dutch. I was taught by somebody who comes from my home and sometime strayed to Germany. Here he went to study. So he told me that pronunciation, we used to say Dutch, then they say no, it is called Dutch. Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company, Worldwide Fund for Nature, Energy Catalyst, UK, KFW, NEFCO, and all other partners who have really assisted to ensure this conference is a success. For your unwavering support, we look forward to your continued partnership in REC 2024 and Expo, scheduled for November 2024 at this very place. So I expect you to be here again and you see the completion of that big building, which is waiting for you. So when you come, you will either be there or up there. So we are moving up, not down. Congratulations to all the award winners who have exemplified excellence in renewable energy. Your achievements inspire all of us. As I conclude, I thank each one of you for contributing to the success of REC 2023 and Expo. Your insights, experiences, and commitments are invaluable in our journey towards a clean energy for all. I wish you safe travels, especially for those who are departing, and also wish well to those who will remain here in the country. I want you, our visitors, to go and come and visit Uganda again and again. With this, and with honor, I wish to declare that our conference is closed for good in my country. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, State Minister, for your closing remarks. We're so grateful that the Renewable Energy Conference 2023 and Expo has had all the ministers from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development gracing it and making sure that everything is at par. Now, we want to say a special thank you to our participants that have been here from day one, those who joined us on day 2, those who have come today, and you that have been here for all the 3 days. We are very, very grateful. Next on our agenda, to mark the closure in Uganda for our dignitaries and our friends from outside Africa and Uganda, we close everything with food. And so, yeah? Okay, all right. So now I'm going to request our distinguished dignitaries, our minister, our permanent secretary, the ambassadors in the house, members of parliament. I'm going to ask a team to come and get you so that they can lead you to lunch. Mr. Sechtoreko. The rest of us will be getting our lunch coupons from where you do have the photo booth opposite the pool area. That's where you'll be getting access to your lunch booth, your lunch coupon, and then you'll be able to get your lunch from the very original place, the tent. So we're going to have our dignitaries exit the room first, and then the rest of us will exit. You're also reminded that the exhibition is still ongoing, so the tent below and the exhibitions in front of the building are also ongoing. Please purchase something, get information, make the connection, the partnership, and also make sure that you support them in the various ways that you can support them. And so after your meal, you're greatly encouraged to go and visit the stalls in the exhibition tent in case you have not. All right, let me ask my dignitaries in the black seats to also follow the team.
Smart 24, driving business.